They say the weakest wolf in the pack can never wear a crown. They say an omega, powerless, wolfless, broken, has no place beside an alpha king. But they didn't know what I'd become when survival was the only choice left. My name is Serenya Ashbourne, and this is the story of how I went from the girl everyone pitied to the queen they never saw coming. It begins the night my sister stole my destiny, and ends the day I claimed a throne no one believed I deserved. Chapter 1. The Night of Two Moons. The ballroom glittered like a sky full of captured stars, but all I could taste was ash. I stood in the corner, my usual place, watching my twin sister, Maria, spin across the marble floor in the arms of Alpha Theron Silverthorn. Her silver gown caught the candlelight, making her look like moonlight given form. Beautiful. Perfect. Everything an Alpha's mate should be. Everything I wasn't. Serenya. My mother's voice cut through the music, sharp as a blade wrapped in silk. Stand up straight. You're slouching again. I straightened automatically, though no one was looking at me anyway. They never did. Why are you even here? My younger brother Sela muttered as he passed with a glass of wine. You know tonight's about Maria. Stop making it awkward. I bit my tongue. What would I even say? That I'd been invited by the moon goddess herself 3 months ago, when the mating bond had snapped into place during the lunar festival? That when I'd locked eyes with Theron across the ceremonial fire, I'd felt my soul recognize his? That for one perfect, devastating moment, I'd felt whole? It didn't matter, because Maria had stepped into his line of sight half a second later, and the bond had snapped again. This time to her. Twin bonds were rare, catastrophic, the stuff of ancient warnings and tragic ballads. And I was living one. Attention, please. Alpha Gregor Silverthorn's voice boomed across the hall. Theron's father, a mountain of a man with silver streaking his dark hair, stood on the dais with my father beside him. Tonight, we celebrate the union of two great packs. My son, Theron, has found his true mate, Maria Ashbourne. In 1 month's time, they will be joined under the full moon. Applause erupted. Maria blushed beautifully, and Theron gazed at her like she'd hung the moon herself. I felt the bond twist in my chest, a phantom limb I couldn't amputate. Isn't it wonderful? My mother appeared at my elbow, her smile brittle. Your sister will be Luna of the Silverthorn pack. Such an honor for our family. Wonderful, I echoed. Her eyes narrowed. Serenya, I need you to understand something. This match is crucial for our pack's survival. The Silverthorn Alliance protects us from the Blood Moon Raiders on our eastern border. Your father's position as Alpha depends on it. I understand. Do you? She gripped my arm, her perfectly manicured nails digging in. Because if you do anything, to jeopardize this, I will never forgive you. Your sister deserves happiness. She can shift. She can lead. She can give Theron strong heirs. The unspoken words hung between us, and you can't. I was an Omega, the weakest rank in the pack hierarchy, born without the ability to shift, without the wolf that made someone whole in our world. A genetic anomaly that happened once in 1,000 births. My parents had spent my entire life trying to hide their disappointment. I would never hurt Maria, I said quietly. I love her. Good. My mother released me, smoothing her dress. Then you'll be happy for her. Publicly. Enthusiastically. And you'll stop looking at Theron like your heart is breaking. She walked away before I could respond. I turned toward the balcony doors, needing air, needing space, needing anything but this suffocating ballroom full of people celebrating the life I should have had. The night air hit me like a blessing. I leaned against the stone railing, staring up at the twin moons, one full, one crescent, that hung in the sky like the universe's cruel joke. 2 moons. 2 sisters. 1 destiny split in half. I thought I might find you here. I spun. Theron stood in the doorway, backlit by golden light, looking every inch the alpha he was born to be. Tall, broad-shouldered, with dark hair and eyes like storm clouds. Handsome in a way that made my traitorous heart stutter. You should be inside, I said. With Mireia. With your mate. I will be. He stepped onto the balcony, and I instinctively moved back. He noticed. Something flickered across his face. Pain, maybe, or regret. Serenya, we need to talk. About what happened at the Lunar Festival. There's nothing to talk about. Don't do that. Don't pretend you didn't feel it too. His voice dropped. The bond snapped for you first. I know it did. I saw your face. Tears burned behind my eyes, but I refused to let them fall. It doesn't matter what I feel. The bond chose Mireia. The moon goddess chose Mireia. That's the end of it. But it's not, is it? He moved closer, and I could smell pine and winter rain on him, his scent, the one that called to something deep and primal in my broken soul. Because you feel it even now. This pulls between us. This wrongness in being apart. Stop. I held up a hand. Please, just stop. Theron, I can't do this. Mireia is my sister. She's innocent in all of this. And you're her mate now. The bond chose her, and I have to accept that. What if I don't want to accept it? The words hung in the air between us, dangerous and impossible. What are you saying? I whispered. I'm saying that when I'm with Mireia, it feels right. The bond is real. I care for her deeply. He ran a hand through his hair, frustrated. But when I'm near you, something else happens. Something the bond doesn't explain. Like recognizing someone I've known for lifetimes. My breath caught. You feel it too? Every damn day. His eyes met mine, and the intensity in them made me dizzy. Serenya, I don't understand what's happening. The mate bond should be absolute. It should erase everything else. But you. Theron. Mireia's voice called from inside. Where did you go? We jumped apart like we'd been burned. I'm sorry, Theron said quickly. I shouldn't have said anything. I need you to know you're not alone in this. He disappeared back inside before I could respond. I stood there shaking, my mind reeling. This was worse than I'd thought. The bond was supposed to be clean, one person, one connection, one destiny. Twin bonds were myths, cautionary tales, things that didn't actually happen. Except they were happening. To me. To Mireia. To Theron. And I had no idea how to survive it. Interesting conversation. I whirled. A man emerged from the shadows at the far end of the balcony, tall, dressed in black, with silver hair despite appearing no older than 30. His eyes were an unsettling pale gold. Who are you? I demanded. This is a private event. My name is Darius Thorncrest. He inclined his head in a mockery of a bow. Alpha King of the Northern Territories. And you, little Omega, are far more interesting than anyone in that ballroom realizes. My blood went cold. The Alpha King, ruler of all packs in the Northern Kingdoms. A legend more than a man, ruthless, powerful, and notoriously reclusive since his mate's death 5 years ago. I don't know what you think you heard. I heard everything I needed to. He moved closer, and I fought the urge to run. There was something predatory in the way he moved, something that made my instincts scream danger. Tell me, Serenya Ashbourne, what would you do to escape this? Escape what? This half-life you're living. Watching your sister marry your mate. Being the family's shame. The Omega who can't shift, can't lead, can't do anything useful except fade into the background. His smile was cold. What would you give to matter? To have power? To make them all see you? I don't know what you want from me. I want to offer you a choice. He pulled an envelope from his jacket, sealed with black wax and stamped with a silver crown. In 3 days, your father will receive a proposal from me. A marriage alliance, the Northern Territories' protection in exchange for an Ashbourne daughter. My stomach dropped. Mireia's already engaged. I'm not asking for Mireia. His gold eyes locked onto mine. I'm asking for you. The world tilted. Why would you want to marry me? I'm an Omega. I'm worthless to an alliance. Are you? He tilted his head. Or have you simply been told that so many times you started believing it? Serenya, I don't need a mate. I don't need love. I need a queen who understands what it means to be underestimated. Someone who's learned to survive without claws. This is insane. This is strategic. He pressed the envelope into my hands. Your father will see the political advantage. Allying with the Alpha King protects your entire pack better than any Silverthorn marriage. He'll push you to accept. Your family will celebrate getting rid of their embarrassment. And you. And me. I whispered. You'll have a choice for once in your life. Stay here and watch them be happy. Or come north with me and become something they never saw coming. He stepped back toward the shadows. 3 days, Serenya. Then your life changes forever, one way or another. Choose wisely. He vanished like smoke, leaving me alone with an envelope that felt heavier than a crown. Inside, I could hear music swelling as Mireia and Theron took the floor for another dance. My family laughed. My pack is celebrating. I looked down at the black wax seal, feeling the weight of an impossible choice settling onto my shoulders. 3 days. In 3 days, I'd have to decide. Accept exile with a stranger, or stay and watch my soul slowly die. I pressed the envelope against my chest and realized with horrible clarity. I'd already made my choice the moment Darius Thorncrest had asked me what I'd give to matter. The answer was simple, terrifying, and absolute. Everything. Chapter 2. The Price of Freedom. I didn't sleep that night. I lay in my bed, the small one in the servants' wing where they'd moved me after Mireia's engagement, claiming she needed more space for wedding preparations, and stared at the black envelope until my eyes burned. The Alpha King wanted to marry me. Me. The Omega. The broken one. It made no sense. Alpha Kings married powerful Alpha's daughters, women who could shift into magnificent wolves, who could produce strong heirs and command respect. They didn't marry genetic anomalies who couldn't even access their wolf form. Unless Darius Thorncrest was telling the truth about not needing a mate, just a queen who understood survival. Serenya? A soft knock at my door. Are you awake? Mireia. I shoved the envelope under my pillow. Come in. My twin slipped inside, still wearing her silver gown, her face flushed with happiness. We were identical in every way except the one that mattered. She glowed with the inner light of someone whose wolf lived just beneath her skin. I looked like a shadow copy, something not quite real. I couldn't sleep, she said, perching on the edge of my bed. Tonight was perfect, wasn't it? Theron was so nervous during the announcement. Did you see his hands shaking? I saw. She studied my face in the moonlight streaming through the narrow window. You're not happy for me. It wasn't a question. I am happy for you, I said and meant it. You deserve everything good in this world, Mireia. You always have. But her voice was gentle. Ellie, I know this is hard for you. The bond. What happened at the festival? I sat up sharply. You know. Theron told me. She took my hand, and I noticed how warm hers was compared to mine. Always warm. Always alive. He said the bond flickered toward you first. Just for a moment. He wanted to be honest with me before we went further. Shame flooded through me. Mireia, I swear I didn't. I know you didn't do anything. She squeezed my fingers. Twin bonds are rare, but they happen. The moon goddess gets confused sometimes when there are two souls so similar. But she corrected herself. The bond is mine now. Theron is mine. And I promise you, I'll take care of him. The generosity in her voice made me want to scream. She was being kind while twisting the knife deeper. I'm glad the bond chose you, I said, pulling my hand away. Theron needs someone strong. Someone who can give him the pack he deserves. He needs someone who loves him. And I do. She paused. Do you? The question hung between us like poison. It doesn't matter what I feel, I said finally. You're his mate. End of story. Ellie. Mireia, please. I'm tired. Can we not do this tonight? She looked like she wanted to argue, but then nodded and stood. Okay. But Ellie? I meant what I said at the festival. You're still my sister. You're still my best friend. Nothing changes that. She left, closing the door softly behind her. I waited until her footsteps faded, then pulled out the envelope again. Nothing changes that. But everything had already changed. and it would never go back. 3 days passed like a countdown to execution. I spent them helping with wedding preparations, because of course I did. My mother insisted I make myself useful since I couldn't contribute anything else to the family. I arranged flowers, addressed invitations, and smiled until my face ached while everyone discussed how beautiful Maria would look walking down the aisle. Theron avoided me. I caught him watching sometimes, his expression troubled, but he never approached. Probably for the best. Whatever had sparked between us on that balcony was dangerous, a match too close to kindling. On the evening of the 3rd day, my father summoned me to his study. Alpha Ronan Ashbourne sat behind his massive oak desk, looking older than I remembered. The stress of leading a pack bordered by hostile territories had carved deep lines into his face. He didn't look up when I entered. "Sit," he said. I sat. He pushed a letter across the desk, thick parchment, sealed with black wax and a silver crown. My stomach dropped. "Do you know what this is?" he asked. "No, father." "This is a marriage proposal from Alpha King Darius Thorncrest." His voice was carefully neutral. "For you." I forced surprise onto my face. "For me? Why would the Alpha King?" That's what I wanted to know. He finally looked at me, his eyes searching. "Serenya, have you met him? Spoken to him? Give him any reason to think you'd be suitable." I hesitated. Lying to an alpha was dangerous, even if that alpha was your father. I saw him briefly at Maria's engagement party. He was on the balcony. We exchanged maybe 3 sentences. "What did you talk about?" "Nothing important. The weather." "The party." He left quickly. My father leaned back, studying me like I was a puzzle he couldn't solve. The Alpha King hasn't taken a mate since his wife died 5 years ago. Every pack in the kingdom has offered him their daughters, strong alphas, beautiful women with impeccable bloodlines. He's refused them all. Maybe he's not interested in marriage. Oh, he's interested. He's been searching for something specific. My father tapped the letter. "And apparently, he thinks you're it." "Father, I don't understand." "Neither do I." He stood, walking to the window that overlooked the training grounds where young wolves practice their shifts. "But I understand strategy. The Northern Territories control the mountain passes and trade routes. An alliance with Darius Thorncrest would give us protection the Silverthorn pack can't match. It would elevate our entire family." My mouth went dry. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying this is an opportunity we can't ignore." He turned to face me. "Serenya, you've always been difficult for us. Your mother and I love you, but we never knew what to do with an Omega daughter. You can't fight, can't hunt, can't lead. You're a liability in times of war." Each word landed like a stone. "But this?" He gestured to the letter. "This makes you valuable. For the first time in your life, you can contribute something meaningful to this family. By marrying a stranger. By securing an alliance that could save our pack." His voice hardened. "The Blood Moon Raiders grow bolder every month. Without strong allies, we'll be overrun within a year. Maria's marriage to Theron helps, but it's not enough. We need the Alpha King's protection." I stared at him. "You want me to say yes?" "I'm not forcing you," he said, but we both knew it was a lie. "The choice is yours, Serenya. But I want you to understand what's at stake. If you refuse, our pack weakens. People could die. Your mother, your brother, Maria, they'd all be at risk." The manipulation was masterful. Dress it up as my choice while making it clear there was only one acceptable answer. "When does he want an answer?" I asked quietly. "He's requested you meet him tomorrow night. Private audience at the Moonstone Inn, neutral territory on our border." My father returned to his desk. "I've already arranged an escort. You'll leave at sunset." "You arranged it before asking me?" "I arranged it because I knew what your answer would be." He met my eyes, and something like pity flickered there. "You're a good daughter, Serenya. You've always done what was asked of you, even when it hurts. This is no different." But it was different. This was permanent. This was giving up any hope of what? Watching Maria and Theron build a life together? Being the family's shame forever? "I'll meet him," I heard myself say. My father nodded, already moving on to other papers on his desk. "Good." Wear something appropriate. First impressions matter, even for Omegas. I left his study feeling like I'd just signed away my soul. You're leaving? Selim caught me in the hallway outside my room, his face twisted with something between disbelief and glee. Mother just told me. The Alpha King wants you? Apparently. That's... He laughed. The sound was cruel. That's actually hilarious. What does he want with an Omega? A servant? Someone to organize his library. I don't know, Selim. Well, whatever it is, at least you'll finally be useful. He leaned against the wall, examining his nails. Father's already talking about the trade agreements we'll negotiate. The protection deals. Turns out the family disappointment might have value after all. I'm so glad I could help, I said flatly. Don't be bitter, Ellie. This is good for you too. You get to leave. Start over somewhere no one knows you're broken. His smile was sharp. Maybe the Alpha King doesn't care about wolves. Maybe he just needs someone to keep his bed warm and smile at state dinners. You can do that, can't you? Smile and look pretty. I wanted to hit him. Instead, I walked past him into my room and locked the door. Inside, I leaned against it, breathing hard. 24 hours. In 24 hours, I'd meet Darius Thorncrest and make a decision that would define the rest of my life. Stay here and slowly suffocate, watching Theron and Maria's happiness while being my family's useful disappointment. Or marry a stranger who'd promise me power and the chance to matter. I pulled out the black envelope. I'd kept it hidden under my mattress, and opened it for the first time. Inside was a single card with elegant script. The weak are not those without wolves. The weak are those who accept the cages others build for them. Tomorrow night, I will offer you the key. What you do with it is your choice. DT. Beneath it was a second note, this one in different handwriting. P.S. Bring nothing. Where you're going, you won't need reminders of who you used to be. I read it 3 times, feeling something dangerous unfurl in my chest. Hope. Terrible, beautiful, devastating hope. The next evening, I stood in front of my mirror, barely recognizing myself. My mother had sent attendants to make me presentable, their words, not mine. They dressed me in a gown of deep forest green, styled my dark hair into an elegant twist, and painted my face until I looked like someone who might belong in a king's court. I looked like Maria's shadow given form. Pretty, polished, and utterly powerless. You'll do, my mother said from the doorway. She'd come to inspect me, making sure I wouldn't embarrass the family. Remember, be gracious, be demure, and for Moon's sake, don't mention that you can't shift. If he doesn't know, don't volunteer the information. He knows, Mother. That's why he's interested. Her expression soured. Then I don't understand him at all. But men in power often have strange tastes. Just try not to ruin this opportunity. She left without another word. I took one last look around my tiny room, the servants' quarters that had been my home for 3 months, and realized I felt nothing. No attachment, no nostalgia. Just relief at the thought of leaving it behind. The escort was waiting in the courtyard, 6 guards, all looking uncomfortable about their mission. Protecting an Omega was beneath them, but the Alpha King's request demanded respect. We rode in silence through the darkening forest. The Moonstone Inn sat exactly on the border between Ashbourne territory and neutral lands, a way station for travelers, designed to be unaligned and safe. The building was small but well-maintained, with warm light spilling from the windows. My guards delivered me to the door, then retreated to wait outside. Private audience, their captain had said, his distaste obvious. We'll be here if you need us. I stepped inside. The innkeeper, an elderly woman with kind eyes, gestured toward a private room at the back. He's waiting for you, dear. Take your time. My heart hammered as I walked down the narrow hallway. This was it. The moment everything changed. I pushed open the door. Darius Thorncrest stood by the window, backlit by moonlight, looking exactly as dangerous as I remembered. Silver hair, gold eyes, tall frame radiating contained power. He wore simple black clothing, no crown, no formal regalia, but authority clung to him like a second skin. Serenya Ashbourne. He turned, and something flickered in his expression. Approval? Surprise? You came. Did you think I wouldn't? I thought you might choose the cage you know over the one you don't. He moved toward me, and I forced myself not to retreat. But here you are, brave or desperate. Does it matter? Not particularly. Both are useful. He circled me slowly, assessing. Your father agreed to the match. No negotiations, no hesitation. He saw the strategic value immediately. He saw a way to make me useful. And you? What do you see? I met his gold eyes directly. An escape. He smiled, sharp and approving. Honest. Good. We'll need honesty if this is going to work. He gestured to a small table with 2 chairs. Sit. We should discuss terms. I sat, and he poured wine into 2 goblets. I meant what I said at the party, he began, settling across from me. I don't need a mate. I don't need love. What I need is a queen who can navigate the political nightmare that is my court without breaking. Why me? The question burst out. You could have anyone. Why choose an Omega who can't shift, can't fight, can't what? Fit into their expectations. His smile was cold. Serenya, my court is full of powerful wolves who think strength only comes from claws and fangs. They've been trying to manipulate me for 5 years, pushing their daughters at me, scheming to control the crown through marriage. He leaned forward. But you? You're not what they expect. You're not what anyone expects. And that makes you dangerous in ways they won't see coming. Or it makes me weak. Only if you believe that. His gold eyes pinned me. Tell me, do you think you're weak? I opened my mouth to say yes, because that's what I'd been taught. That's what everyone had told me my entire life. But then I thought about surviving 23 years as an Omega in a wolf pack. About learning to navigate power structures without having power myself. About staying kind despite cruelty, staying smart despite being dismissed, staying alive despite wanting to disappear. No, I said quietly. I'm not weak. I'm adaptable. There's a difference. His smile widened. There is. And adaptability is what I need. He pulled out a document, slid it across the table. This is a marriage contract. Read it carefully. I scanned the terms, my heart racing. Marriage to be announced within 1 week, coronation as queen within 1 month, separate living quarters, privacy guaranteed, full access to royal archives and council meetings, authority to act as queen in the king's absence, no requirement for heirs, optional, not mandatory, mutual respect and honesty required, marriage is permanent and binding. This is. I looked up. This gives me actual power. It gives you what you've earned by surviving this long without it. He watched me carefully. But understand, Serenya, if you sign this, there's no going back. You'll be my queen. You'll face a court that wants you to fail. You'll navigate politics that have destroyed stronger wolves than you. And you'll do it all while they whisper that you're not good enough. So nothing changes except the location. He laughed, a real laugh that transformed his severe face. I suppose not. But the difference is, in my court, you'll have the authority to prove them wrong. Here, you're trapped. There, you're dangerous. I picked up the quill sitting beside the contract, feeling the weight of the decision in my hands. One question, I said. Why did your wife die? His expression shuddered. That's not relevant to our arrangement. It is as if I'm walking into the same situation. Silence stretched between us, taut as a bowstring. Then, she died in childbirth. The pregnancy was difficult, and she wasn't strong enough. Neither was the child. His voice was flat, emotionless, too controlled. I won't make that mistake again. Which is why heirs are optional, not required. I won't trade your life for a crown. The raw honesty in that statement hit me harder than any declaration of love could have. If I sign this, I said slowly, you'll protect my family? The alliance stands regardless of how I perform as queen. The alliance is political, not personal. Your family is protected. He paused. Though I suspect you care less about that than you're pretending. He wasn't wrong. I thought about Maria's wedding in 3 weeks. About watching her marry Theron while the phantom bond twisted in my chest. About years of being invisible, being pitted, being the family's shame. About Darius's question, what would you give to matter? I dipped the quill in ink and signed my name. Serenya Ashbourne. Soon to be Serenya Thorncrest, Queen of the Northern Territories. Darius took the contract, signed his own name below mine, and the air seemed to shift, like reality itself was acknowledging what we'd just done. We leave tonight, he said. I have a carriage waiting. You'll say goodbye to your family, and… No. He raised an eyebrow. You said to bring nothing. That's where I'm going. I won't need reminders of who I used to be. I stood, feeling stronger than I had in months. So, I'm not saying goodbye. I'm just leaving. Understanding flickered in his gold eyes. They'll come looking for you. Let them. By the time they figure out where I've gone, I'll already be queen. And then they'll have to bow. The words tasted like freedom, like revenge, like hope. Ruthless, Darius murmured. I chose well. He offered his arm. Ready to become someone new? I took it, feeling the solid warmth of him, the strange safety in this dangerous bargain we'd made. I've been ready my entire life. We walked out of the Moonstone Inn together, past my confused guards, toward a black carriage with silver wolves etched into the doors. The symbol of the Northern Territories. The symbol of power I'd never imagined claiming. I didn't look back at Ashbourne lands. I didn't think about Mireia or Theron or my family. I thought about the girl I'd been, weak, broken, invisible, and the queen I was about to become. The carriage pulled away into the night, carrying me toward a future I couldn't imagine. Toward a crown no one believed I deserved. Toward the moment I'd stop surviving and start conquering. Behind us, I heard one of my guards finally react. Where is she going? The Alpha King, he just took her. But their voices faded into nothing as we crossed the border, leaving Serenya Ashbourne behind in the darkness. Ahead of us, the Northern Territories waited. And I was ready to burn their expectations to the ground. Chapter 3. The Court of Wolves. The journey north took 4 days. 4 days of sitting across from Darius in a carriage that felt both too small and too vast, learning the rules of a game I didn't know I was playing. He didn't make small talk. Didn't ask about my childhood or my feelings or any of the things one might expect from a newly engaged couple. Instead, he taught me. The Northern Court operates on 3 principles, he said on the first night, as we stopped at a way station deep in the mountains. Power, loyalty, and perception. You'll need to master all 3. Explain. He poured wine, he always had wine, and settled back in his chair. We'd taken a private room, separate beds, everything proper. But there was an intimacy in the late-night lessons that felt more dangerous than any physical closeness. Power is obvious. The court respects strength. But strength comes in many forms. His gold eyes studied me in the firelight. Physical dominance is one. But there's also political cunning, strategic alliances, and the ability to command loyalty without force. That's what you'll need to cultivate. I'm an Omega. They'll never respect me. They'll never respect you if you keep introducing yourself that way. He leaned forward. Here's the first rule. Never apologize for what you are. The moment you show weakness, they'll tear you apart. You're not an Omega who can't shift. You're a queen who doesn't need to. The reframing was simple, but revolutionary. What about loyalty? I asked. Loyalty is earned, not commanded. My court is full of wolves who pledge to me out of fear or political necessity. Very few actually care if I live or die. His smile was grim. Your job is to find the ones who might care about you and cultivate them carefully. You'll need allies. And perception? Perception is everything. The court will judge you the moment you walk through those doors. They'll see an unknown girl, young and powerless, married to their king for mysterious reasons. They'll assume you're a pawn, a placeholder, someone they can manipulate or dismiss. He stood, moving to the window. Your job is to let them think that. Let them underestimate you. And when they're comfortable in their assumptions, you strike. Strike how? However you need to. He glanced back at me. Serenya, I'm not bringing you north to be decorative. I'm bringing you to be dangerous. And the most dangerous thing about you is that no one will see you coming. Over the next 3 days, he drilled me on court protocols, pack hierarchies, and the key players I'd need to navigate. Lord Xavian is head of my council, Darius explained as we climbed higher into the mountains. He's loyal to the crown, but he's traditional. He'll expect you to be submissive, deferential. He'll test you immediately. How do I handle him? With perfect courtesy that borders on condescension. Make him feel respected while reminding him you outrank him. It's a delicate balance. And if I fail, then he'll spend your entire reign undermining you. Darius's expression was serious. But you won't fail. You've survived worse than Xavian's political games. He was right. I'd survived my own family. Lady Askira is the wild card, he continued. She's young, ambitious, and dangerous. She wanted to be queen herself. When I refused her family's proposal, they tried to have me assassinated. I stared at him. They what? Failed, obviously. But Askira is still at court, still angling for power. She'll either try to befriend you, or destroy you. Maybe both. Fantastic. Commander Ridian leads my guard. He's competent, loyal, and deeply suspicious of everyone. He'll protect you because it's his duty, but earning his actual trust will take time. The list went on and on. By the time we reached the mountain passes that marked the Northern Territory's border, my head spun with names and alliances and ancient grudges. One more thing, Darius said as the palace came into view. My late wife, Varia. They loved her. She was everything a queen should be, kind, gentle, diplomatic. She made everyone feel seen and valued. Something in his voice made me look at him sharply. You loved her. Deeply. No hesitation, no softening. Just brutal honesty. And when she died, I swore I'd never love like that again. It's too destructive, too vulnerable. Which is why our arrangement works. Because you can't love me. Because I won't. He met my eyes. And you need to understand, they'll compare you to her constantly. Every decision you make, every word you speak, they'll measure against Varia. And you'll come up short every time. Encouraging. Realistic. I won't lie to you, Serenya. This will be brutal. But if you're smart, if you're strategic, you can turn their contempt into respect. Eventually, the palace loomed before us, carved into the mountain itself. It was massive, larger than anything I'd imagined. Towers reached toward the sky like claws, and everywhere I looked, I saw wolves. Stone wolves guarding entrances, wolf banners flying from parapets, wolves etched into every surface. It's called Thornstone Keep, Darius said. And it's about to become your home. The carriage stopped in a massive courtyard where what looked like the entire court had gathered. They're here to meet their new queen, Darius murmured. Ready to make an entrance? No. Good. Fear keeps you sharp. He stepped out first, then offered his hand. I took it and stepped into my new life. The crowd's reaction was immediate, a collective intake of breath, followed by whispers that rippled through the assembly like poison. So young. Where's her wolf? I don't sense it. Is she even suitable? Darius's hand tightened on mine in warning. This was the test. How I reacted in the next 60 seconds would define their perception of me forever. I lifted my chin, meeting their stares with calm I didn't feel. Let them look. Let them judge. Let them underestimate. Lords and ladies of the Northern Court, Darius's voice cut through the whispers like a blade. I present Serenya Ashbourne, my betrothed. In 3 weeks, she will be crowned your queen. You will accord her the respect that position demands. A man stepped forward from the crowd, tall, gray-haired, with sharp features and sharper eyes. Lord Xavian, I recognized from Darius's descriptions. Your Majesty. He bowed to Darius, then turned those assessing eyes on me. Miss Ashbourne. What an unexpected honor. May I ask what qualifies you for such an elevated position? The challenge was immediate and unmistakable. Darius tensed, ready to intervene, but I squeezed his hand. I've got this. Lord Xavian. I inclined my head with perfect courtesy. What qualifies me is the same thing that qualifies any queen, the king's choice. Unless you're suggesting His Majesty's judgment is flawed. The crowd went silent. Xavian's eyes narrowed. Of course not. I simply meant. You meant to test whether I'd crumble under scrutiny. I won't. I smiled, sweet and deadly. I look forward to working with you, Lord Xavian. I'm sure your years of experience will be invaluable as I learn to navigate court politics. Perhaps we could schedule time to discuss the council's current concerns? I'm eager to understand the challenges facing the Northern Territories. I'd done it, acknowledged his experience while establishing my authority, made it impossible for him to refuse without looking petty. Something flickered in his expression. Surprise, maybe, or respect. That would be acceptable, Your Majesty. He bowed, deeper this time. A woman pushed through the crowd, young, beautiful, with raven-black hair and violet eyes that glittered with malice. Lady Iskira. How romantic, she purred, her voice carrying. A love match, surely? His Majesty must have been quite swept away to choose so unconventionally. Not a love match, I said calmly. A strategic alliance. I'm sure you understand the difference, Lady Iskira. Strategic thinking over emotional impulse is the foundation of good leadership. Her smile tightened. I just implied she was too emotional for power. How refreshingly honest, she said. Most brides pretend at love, at least publicly. But I suppose when one is as unique as you, traditional pretenses seem unnecessary. Unique. I pretended to consider the word. Yes, I suppose I am. Just as assassination attempts are unique solutions to political disappointment. Unconventional, but memorable. The crowd gasped. Iskira went pale. I just reminded everyone, publicly, that her family had tried to kill the king. And I'd done it with a smile. Darius's hand tightened on mine again, but this time it felt like approval. Lady Iskira, he said, his voice cold. Perhaps you should return to your duties. The queen and I have other matters to attend to. She retreated, but her eyes promised murder. Well, Darius murmured as we walked toward the palace entrance. That was certainly a first impression. Too much. Perfect. Xavian will respect you for standing firm. Iskira will fear you for calling out her family's treason. And everyone else is wondering who exactly I brought home. We climbed the steps to massive doors carved with hunting scenes. Guards stood at attention, their faces carefully neutral. Inside, the palace was breathtaking. Soaring ceilings, walls lined with ancient tapestries, floors of polished stone that reflected torchlight like dark water. And everywhere, the wolf motif, in carvings, paintings, the very architecture itself. Your quarters are in the royal wing, Darius said, leading me through corridors that seemed to stretch forever. Separate from mine as promised, but connected through a shared study if we need to discuss matters privately. We reached a set of ornate doors. He pushed them open, and I stepped into rooms that looked like they belonged in a fairy tale. The sitting room was enormous, with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking mountain peaks. Rich fabrics in deep blues and silvers created intimate spaces. Bookshelves lined one wall, already filled with volumes on law, history, and strategy. The bedroom is through there, Darius pointed. Bathing chamber beyond. Your attendants will arrive shortly to help you settle in. I walked to the windows, staring out at the wilderness stretching to the horizon. This was real. I was actually here. Serenya. Darius's voice was quiet. What you did in the courtyard, that was exactly what I needed you to do. You didn't apologize, didn't shrink. You claimed your space. I just repeated what you taught me. You applied it perfectly. He moved to stand beside me. But understand, you've made enemies today. Iskira won't forget that humiliation. Neither will the traditionalists who think an Omega has no place as queen. Let them remember. Maybe next time they'll think twice before testing me. He smiled. Ruthless and strategic. You're going to be magnificent. A knock at the door interrupted us. An elderly woman entered, her expression severe, but her eyes kind. Your Majesty, She curtsied to Darius. Miss Ashbourne. I'm Noriel, head of household staff. I've prepared attendants to help you settle in. Thank you, Noriel. Darius moved toward the door. Serenya, rest tonight. Tomorrow we begin preparations for the wedding and coronation. You'll need your strength. He left, and suddenly I was alone with Noriel and 3 young women who looked at me with barely concealed curiosity. Let's get you settled, miss, Noriel said briskly. You must be exhausted from the journey. They helped me out of my travel-stained dress, drew a bath scented with mountain herbs, and laid out night clothes so soft they felt like wearing clouds. Throughout it all, they were professional, efficient, and completely impersonal. Noriel, I said as she prepared to leave. May I ask you something? Of course, miss. What was Queen Varia like? The room went still. The attendants exchanged nervous glances. Noriel's expression softened. She was kind, gentle. She made everyone feel valued, from the highest lord to the lowest servant. The palace felt warmer when she was here. And when she died, the king changed, closed himself off. It became harder, colder. He hasn't been the same since. She studied me carefully. If I may speak freely, miss, you're nothing like her. Is that a problem? I don't know yet. She moved toward the door. But perhaps being different is exactly what this court needs. Good night, Miss Ashbourne. They left me alone in rooms too large, in a palace too grand, in a life too impossible to believe was real. I walked to the window and stared out at the night-shrouded mountains. Somewhere in these territories, wolves ran free under the moon. Packs hunted, played, lived their wild lives. And I stood here, unable to join them, unable to shift, unable to be what everyone expected. But maybe Darius was right. Maybe strength came in different forms. I thought about Xavian's test and Iskira's poison and the 100 other challenges waiting for me. I thought about my family probably just now realizing I was gone. About Marea's wedding, happening without me. About Theron, who'd never be mine. And I felt nothing. No regret. No longing. Just cold, clear purpose. I am Serenya Thorncrest now, Queen-to-be of the Northern Territories. And I was done apologizing for what I wasn't. It was time to become what I could be. 3 weeks until the coronation. 3 weeks to learn everything I needed to survive this court. 3 weeks until I either proved myself or was destroyed. I pressed my hand against the cold glass and smiled. Let them try. Chapter 4. Lessons in Blood. I woke up to someone screaming. For a disoriented moment, I couldn't remember where I was. Then reality crashed back. The palace, the Northern Territories, my new life as Queen-to-be. The screaming came from outside. I rushed to the window and looked down into the courtyard. Dawn light painted everything in shades of rose and gold, but the scene below was anything but beautiful. A man knelt in the center of the courtyard, surrounded by guards. His back was bare and bleeding. Someone had whipped him. And standing over him, face carved from ice, was Darius. This is what happens to traitors in my court. Darius's voice carried up to my window, cold and absolute. You thought you could spy for the Blood Moon Pack? Sell our secrets? Please, the man sobbed. Your Majesty, I have a family. You should have thought of that before you betrayed your king. Darius nodded to Commander Ridian, who I recognized from the descriptions, a massive man with scars crossing his face. Take him to the border. Strip his wolf. Exile him. Stripping someone's wolf meant severing their connection to their pack and their ability to shift. It was a fate worse than death for most shifters, becoming human, losing the fundamental part of themselves that made them whole. The man's screams intensified as guards dragged him away. The crowd that had gathered to watch dispersed quietly, their faces showing a mix of satisfaction and fear. This was the king they knew, not the man who negotiated with me in firelight, but the alpha who ruled through strength and terror. A knock at my door. Miss Ashbourne? Are you awake? Noriel. Come in. She entered carrying a breakfast tray, her expression carefully neutral. I thought you might want to eat in your rooms this morning, after yesterday's excitement in the courtyard. What did that man do? I asked. Darius said he was a spy. He was selling information about the king's movements to the Blood Moon Raiders. They used it to ambush a patrol 2 weeks ago. 3 guards died. She set the tray down. His Majesty shows no mercy to traitors. It's one of the reasons the court fears him. And respect him? Fear and respect often look the same from a distance.
She poured tea.
But yes, the king is brutal when necessary. It keeps order. I thought about the man's screams, the casual cruelty of the punishment. Does it bother you? I asked. The violence? Noriel met my eyes. I've served this court for 40 years, miss. I've seen 3 kings rule. And I've learned that sometimes cruelty is the kindest option. Harsh punishment of one prevents the deaths of many. The king's brutality saves lives by discouraging future betrayals. It was a pragmatic view, cold and logical. Part of me recoiled from it. But another part, the part that had survived being dismissed and diminished my entire life, understood. What's on my schedule today?
I asked.
His Majesty requests your presence at the morning council in 2 hours. After that, you have a fitting for your coronation gown, then lessons in court protocol with Lady Oriva. This evening, there's a formal dinner with the high-ranking families. Every moment planned, every interaction a test. Noriel, I need your help. She raised an eyebrow. With what, miss? With surviving this. You know this court better than anyone. Tell me who's dangerous, who's loyal, who I can trust. You can't trust anyone, miss. Not completely. Then tell me who's least likely to stab me in the back. A small smile crossed her face. Practical. I like that. She settled into a chair, considering. Commander Ridian is absolutely loyal to the crown. He'll protect you because it's his duty, but earning his personal loyalty requires proving yourself in his eyes. He values competence and courage. Who else? Master Evander runs the Royal Archives. He's old, brilliant, and cares nothing for politics. If you show genuine interest in learning, he'll be your ally. Knowledge is power here, miss. The more you know about pack law, history, and precedent, the harder you are to manipulate. I filed that away. What about Lord Xavian? Xavian is traditional but not cruel. He'll test you constantly, but if you prove your worth, he'll support you. He values the stability of the crown above personal ambition. She paused. Lady Askira, however, is poisonous. She wanted to be queen. Your existence is a personal insult to her. She'll undermine you at every opportunity. Are there others in her circle? Lord Kellinor and Lady Thressa. They're younger members of powerful families, ambitious and reckless. They follow Askira's lead, hoping to rise with her. Noriel's expression hardened. Watch them carefully. They're the type to smile while sliding a knife between your ribs. Comforting. You asked for honesty, miss. This court is dangerous. Queen Varia navigated it through kindness and diplomacy. But you. She studied me. You're different. You'll need different weapons. Like what? Intelligence. Observation. The ability to see what others miss.
She stood.
The king chose you for a reason.
Trust that.
And trust yourself. After she left, I ate breakfast mechanically, my mind churning. In 2 hours, I'd face the council, the most powerful wolves in the kingdom, all of them wondering why their king had chosen an Omega bride. I had to be perfect. I had to prove I belonged there. No pressure. The council chamber was designed to intimidate. A massive circular room with a table carved from a single piece of ancient oak, so large it must have taken a tree centuries old to create. Windows stretched from floor to ceiling, letting in harsh northern light that revealed every flaw, every weakness. 12 chairs surrounded the table, 11 for council members, 1 for the king. They were all seated when Noriel led me in. 12 pairs of eyes turned to assess me, their expressions ranging from curiosity to contempt. Darius sat at the head of the table, looking every inch the Alpha King. He'd changed from the blood-stained clothes I'd seen earlier into formal robes of black and silver. His face was a mask of authority. Gentlemen, Lady Askira, he nodded to the only woman on the council. I present Serenya Ashbourne. In 3 weeks, she'll be your queen. I expect you to treat her accordingly. Your Majesty, Lord Xavian spoke first. With respect, the council traditionally advises on matters of royal marriage. This union was announced without consultation. I don't require the council's permission to choose my queen. Darius's voice was cold. But I value your counsel on matters of governance, which is why Serenya will attend all council meetings from this point forward. Murmurs of surprise rippled around the table. Attend. An older man, Lord Merrick, I remembered, looked scandalized. Your Majesty, council meetings discuss sensitive matters. Military strategy, territorial disputes, pack law. Surely a queen's presence isn't necessary for such. A queen's presence is essential for such matters, I interrupted. 12 heads swiveled toward me. If I'm to rule beside His Majesty, I need to understand the challenges facing this kingdom. How can I fulfill my duties if I'm kept ignorant? Lord Marek's face reddened. Rule beside? Your role is ceremonial, girl. You'll attend state dinners and smile for visiting dignitaries. The actual work of governance is done by those with experience and what? Wolves. I kept my voice level pleasant. Lord Merrick, I understand your concern. My youth and unique background make me an unconventional choice. But I was chosen specifically because I bring a different perspective. Perhaps that's exactly what this council needs. Different. Lady Iskira drawled from her seat. What a diplomatic word for deficient. The insult hung in the air. Darius's expression went dangerous. Lady Iskira.
No.
I held up a hand. Let her speak. Lady Iskira, you have concerns about my qualifications. Voice them. Better we address them now than let resentment fester. She smiled, sharp and vicious. Very well. You can't shift. You have no pack experience beyond your father's minor territory. You've never fought, never hunted, never led. You're young, inexperienced, and frankly bewildering as a choice for queen. So please, enlighten us. What exactly do you bring to this position besides His Majesty's inexplicable favor? The room went silent, waiting for my response. I could feel Darius coiled beside me, ready to defend me. But this was my test. Mine to pass or fail. You're right, I said simply. I can't shift. I have no pack combat experience. I've never led armies or hunted prey. I met her eyes directly. But I've spent my entire life learning to survive without those advantages. Do you know what that teaches you, Lady Iskira? Enlighten me. How to read people. How to navigate power structures when you have no power yourself. How to find leverage in places others overlook. I leaned forward slightly. While you were learning to shift and fight, I was learning pack law, history, 6 languages, and political strategy. While you were training your wolf, I was training my mind. And minds, Lady Iskira, are far more dangerous than claws. I let that sink in before continuing. His Majesty didn't choose me despite my limitations. He chose me because of what I developed to compensate for them. This council is full of powerful wolves who think exactly alike. Perhaps what it needs is someone who thinks differently. Silence. Then Lord Xavian leaned back in his chair, a small smile playing at his lips. An interesting perspective, Miss Ashbourne. And what do you know about pack law? The real test began. The Northern Territories operate under the Accords of the First Moon, I said, pulling from the books I'd memorized during the journey. Established by King Aldrich the Unifier 3 centuries ago. The Crown maintains absolute authority over pack disputes, territorial boundaries, and succession law. However, individual packs retain autonomy in internal matters unless their actions threaten regional stability. Xavian's eyebrows rose. And the Council's role? Advisory in peacetime, executive in the King's absence. The Council can propose laws but cannot enact them without royal approval. In cases of emergency, defined as imminent threat to the kingdom, the Council can act independently, but such actions must be ratified by the Crown within 30 days or be nullified. The Trial of Silver? Another Council member, younger, testing. Ancient law allows challenges to the Crown's authority. A council member can invoke Trial of Silver if they believe the king is unfit to rule. The challenge is decided through single combat, the king against the challenger. The winner takes the throne. I paused. Last invoked 70 years ago. The challenger lost his head along with the trial. Impressed glances passed between council members. You've studied, Xavian acknowledged. That's more than most queens bother with. Most queens have other assets to rely on. I smiled. I only have my mind. So, I make sure it's sharp. For the next hour, they grilled me on territorial law, trade agreements, and pack hierarchy. I answered every question, pulling from the education my family had dismissed as useless. The books I'd read late at night, when I couldn't sleep. The history I'd absorbed because I had nothing else to do while my sister trained her wolf. Turns out being sidelined had given me exactly the education I needed. By the time the council session ended, I'd earned something I hadn't expected, grudging respect from most of the council. Not Iskira. She watched me with barely concealed hatred. But the others? They were reconsidering their assumptions. Well done, Darius murmured as we left the chamber. You surprised them. I surprised myself. My hands were shaking with delayed adrenaline. Did I really just quote the accords of the first moon from memory? You did. Impressively. He guided me through the corridors toward the royal wing. Serenya, what you did there, that's exactly what I need. A queen who can hold her own against wolves who've spent lifetimes in power. Iskira hates me more now.
Yes.
But fear wrapped in hatred is better than contempt wrapped in pity. She sees you as a threat now, not a joke. He paused outside my quarters. Rest this afternoon. Tonight's dinner will be just as brutal, but in different ways. Less intellectual sparring, more social warfare. Can't wait. He smiled, a real smile that softened his severe features. You're doing better than I hoped. Keep it up, and you might actually survive your coronation. Such encouragement. I told you I'd be honest. He turned to leave, then stopped. One more thing. What you saw this morning, in the courtyard. The traitor.
Yes.
Does it bother you? The brutality of it. I thought about lying, giving him the answer he might want. But we'd promised honesty. It bothers me that it was necessary. But I understand why you did it. You're holding together a kingdom of predators. Mercy would be seen as weakness. I met his eyes. I don't have to like it to understand it. Something shifted in his expression. You're more pragmatic than I expected. I'm adaptable. You said so yourself. I paused. But Darius? If you want me to rule beside you, I need to understand the full scope of what that means. The violence, the difficult choices, all of it. Don't shelter me from the ugly parts. Most women would prefer to be sheltered. I'm not most women. I'm going to be your queen. And queens need to see clearly, even when the view is bloody. He studied me for a long moment. Dinner tonight. I'll introduce you to the families who matter. Watch how they interact, who defers to whom, who avoids whom. Social dynamics reveal alliances and enmities. Homework. Always. Power is a full-time study. He walked away, leaving me standing in the hallway, exhausted and strangely exhilarated. I'd survived my first council meeting. I'd earned tentative respect from some of the kingdom's most powerful wolves. And I'd made an enemy of Lady Iskira who would absolutely try to destroy me. Just another day in paradise. The coronation gown fitting that afternoon was its own special torture. 3 seamstresses fussed over me for hours, pinning and measuring and tutoring about my measurements. The gown itself was breathtaking. Midnight blue silk that seemed to capture starlight, with silver embroidery depicting wolves running through moonlight. Queen Varia's coronation gown was white, one seamstress said, adjusting the hem. Pure and innocent. His Majesty specifically requested something different for you. Different how? Stronger. He said you should look like someone who could command a battlefield, not decorate a ballroom. I stared at my reflection. The gown transformed me, made me look older, more regal. Someone who could wear a crown without it crushing her. It's perfect, I whispered. Almost perfect, the head seamstress corrected. We'll have it ready for the coronation. But for tonight's dinner, you'll wear this." She revealed another gown, deep emerald green that brought out the darkness of my hair and eyes. It was elegant without being ostentatious, formal without being stiff. "His Majesty chose it himself," she said. "Said it would make you look like someone they can't ignore." Darius was proving surprisingly thoughtful about these details. After the fitting, I spent 2 hours with Lady Ariva, learning court protocols. "Never turn your back on ranking nobles," she instructed in a tone that suggested she was discussing matters of life and death, which in this court she probably was. "Always enter a room last if you're the highest rank present. Never drink before the king does. Never laugh at jokes about other packed territories, neutral amusement only." The rules were endless and arcane, designed to trip up anyone unfamiliar with court life. By the time evening arrived, my head ached and my feet hurt from standing during the fitting. But there was no rest. Only the dinner, where I'd face the families who controlled the North's wealth and power. Noriel helped me dress, her hands efficient as she styled my hair into an elegant twist. "Remember," she said quietly, "tonight is about observation. Watch who sits near whom, who speaks to whom, who avoids eye contact." The seating arrangement at formal dinners reveals the current power structure. Any other advice? Don't drink too much. Keep your face pleasant but unreadable. And if Lady Askira tries to engage you in conversation, assume every word is a trap. That's everyone's advice about Askira. Because it's true. Noriel stepped back, examining her work. "You look like a queen, miss. Now you just have to act like one." 2 guards escorted me to the formal dining hall, a massive space with vaulted ceilings and a table that could seat 50. Candles blazed in silver holders, and the smell of roasted meat filled the air. I was the last to arrive. Everyone else was already seated, standing when I entered. The power move Darius had taught me. Enter last, make them wait, establish dominance through timing. I walked to the empty chair beside Darius at the head of the table, feeling 40 pairs of eyes tracking my movement. "Lords and ladies," Darius said as I sat, "let us begin." The dinner was a carefully orchestrated battle. Lord Xavian sat to Darius's left, his position indicating his status as the highest-ranking council member. Lady Askira sat further down, surrounded by her allies, Lord Kellinor and Lady Thressa. Throughout the meal, conversations ebbed and flowed, each one a subtle test. "Miss Ashbourne," Lord Merrick said during the second course, "I understand you're from the Southern Territories. Such a pastoral region. You must find our northern customs quite different. Translation, you're from nowhere important and don't understand how things work here." "The South has its own beauty," I replied smoothly. "But I've always been fascinated by the North's rich history." The Accords of the First Moon were revolutionary in their approach to pack governance. King Aldrich's vision of unified territories while maintaining pack autonomy was brilliant. I just demonstrated knowledge of Northern history that most Southerners wouldn't have. Lord Merrick blinked, recalculating. "You've studied our history," Xavian observed. "Extensively. I believe understanding the past is essential to navigating the present." I took a sip of wine. "For example, the trial of silver precedent established during King Aldrich's reign has fascinating implications for current power structures, don't you think?" I just reminded everyone that challenging the king meant death. Conversation shifted after that, and I became more careful. But Lady Askira wasn't done. "Miss Ashbourne," she said sweetly during dessert, "I'm curious, how does one prepare for queenship when one lacks traditional advantages? Without a wolf to connect to the pack consciousness, how will you understand your subjects' needs?" The table went silent. This was the real question, the one everyone was thinking but hadn't dared ask. I set down my fork carefully, meeting her eyes. "Lady Askira, you're right that I don't have a wolf. I can't feel the pack bond or shift under the full moon." I paused, letting that acknowledgement settle. "But I'd argue that gives me a unique perspective. I'll never take those gifts for granted the way those born with them might. And perhaps a queen who understands what it's like to be different, to be overlooked, will rule with more compassion than one who's never questioned her place in the hierarchy." Compassion is weakness, she shot back. Is it? Or is it strength that looks different than you're used to? I smiled. After all, His Majesty is the most powerful alpha in the North. He could have chosen any mate. The fact that he chose me suggests he values qualities beyond shifting ability. Perhaps you should trust his judgment. I just implied she was questioning the king's wisdom. Darius's hand found mine under the table, a brief squeeze of approval. The dinner continued, but the dynamic had shifted. I'd held my own against the court's most vicious players. When it finally ended, I was exhausted but triumphant. You did well, Darius murmured as guards escorted me back to my quarters. Very well. Iskira's going to kill me in my sleep. Probably. I'll post extra guards. He stopped outside my door. Serenya, I know today was brutal. Council, fitting, protocol lessons, dinner. But you survived it all. You're stronger than you think. Or more stubborn. In this court, they're the same thing. He hesitated, and something almost vulnerable crossed his face. Thank you. For what? For not making me regret this choice. For being exactly what I hoped you'd be. He stepped back.
Rest.
Tomorrow we review trade agreements, and you meet with the household staff. Building alliances with servants is just as important as impressing lords. He left, and I entered my room, collapsing onto the bed still wearing the emerald gown. 1 day down. 20 more until the coronation. If I survived that long, I might actually become queen. And if I became queen, then everyone who'd ever dismissed me would learn exactly what an Omega could do when given power. I smiled in the darkness, feeling something fierce and wild unfurl in my chest. Not a wolf. Something more dangerous. Ambition. Chapter 5. The Secrets. The nightmare started on my 7th night in Thornstone Keep. I woke up gasping, my heart hammering against my ribs, the sheets twisted around me like bindings. The dream was already fading, but fragments remained, blood on stone floors, a woman's scream, and Darius's face, younger and shattered with grief. Serenya. I'd been dreaming about Darius's dead mate, which made no sense. I'd never met her, never seen her portrait. Yet in the dream, I'd known her face as intimately as my own reflection. Moonlight streamed through the windows, painting everything in shades of silver. I checked the clock, 3 in the morning. Too early to wake, too late to fall back asleep. I wrapped a robe around myself and padded to the window, needing air, needing space, needing anything to shake the dream's lingering dread. The palace grounds stretched below, beautiful and eerie in the moonlight. And in the courtyard, a lone figure stood facing the mountains. Darius. Even from this distance, I recognized a silhouette, the rigid spine, the careful stillness that spoke of iron control. He stood there every night. I'd noticed during my sleepless hours. Always the same spot, always alone, staring at something I couldn't see. Before I could second-guess myself, I left my room. The palace was different at night. Guards walked silent patrols, their faces shadowed. Torches burned low in their sconces, creating pools of darkness between islands of light. I moved through corridors I was still learning to navigate, grateful for my soft slippers that made no sound on stone floors. The side door to the courtyard was unlocked. I slipped through, shivering as cold mountain air hit me. Darius didn't turn as I approached, though he must have heard me. His senses were too sharp to miss footsteps, even quiet ones. Can't sleep, he asked, still facing the mountains. Nightmares. I stopped a few feet away, maintaining respectful distance. I don't sleep much anymore. How long has it been? I asked quietly. Since she died. 5 years, 3 months, and 17 days. The precision in his voice was devastating. Not that I'm counting. Darius. Don't. He finally turned to face me, and in the moonlight, I saw exhaustion carved into every line of his face. Don't offer me sympathy or platitudes. I've had enough of those to last several lifetimes. I wasn't going to. I moved to stand beside him, following his gaze to the mountains. I was going to ask what you see when you stand out here, every night. Silence stretched between us. Then, the place where she died. I turned to look at him sharply. There's a shrine in the mountains, he continued, his voice flat, emotionless, too controlled. Built where her funeral pyre burned. I had it constructed so she'd overlook the kingdom she loved. I can see it from here when the moon is right, just a speck of white stone among the peaks. You visit her every night, even if it's only from a distance. Does that make me weak? A king who can't let go of the past. It makes you human. I paused, choosing my words carefully. Everyone expects you to be stone, unfeeling, unbreakable. But grief doesn't work that way. It doesn't care about crowns or expectations. You speak from experience. Different grief. But yes. I thought about Theron, about the phantom bond that still twisted sometimes when I wasn't careful. I know what it's like to lose something that was supposed to be yours forever. He studied me in the moonlight. The mate bond. The one that snapped to your sister instead. You know about that? I make it my business to know everything about the people close to me, including why you agreed to marry a stranger. His expression softened fractionally. We're both running from ghosts, aren't we? At least yours loved you back. The words came out more bitter than I'd intended. Darius didn't flinch. Love isn't always a blessing, he said quietly. Sometimes it's a curse that destroys everything it touches. Varia loved me so much she killed herself trying to give me an heir I never asked for. Is that really better than your situation? I don't know. I hugged myself against the cold. But at least you had something real, even if it ended badly. I had a moment, a glimpse of what could have been before fate corrected its mistake. The moon goddess doesn't make mistakes. She's just cruel. We stood in silence, two people bound by strategic alliance, united by grief, neither of us knowing how to bridge the gap between what we were and what we might become. I should let you return to your vigil, I said finally. I'm sorry for interrupting. Don't be. His hand caught my wrist, gently, carefully. Serenya, wait. I turned back. The nightmares, he said. What were they about? Blood on stone. A woman screaming. You looking broken. I hesitated. Varia, I think. Though I've never seen her, so I don't know how. His expression went absolutely still. Describe her. Dark hair, gray eyes, delicate features. A scar on her left shoulder shaped like a crescent moon. The details were crystal clear now, pulled from the dream's fading images. She wore a necklace with a silver wolf charm. Darius's hand dropped from my wrist. He took a step back, his face draining of color. That's impossible, he whispered. How could you know those things? The scar, the necklace, we never made those details public. I don't know. I saw them. In the dream. Fear crept up my spine. Darius, what's happening to me? He ran a hand through his hair, agitated in a way I'd never seen him. I need to show you something. But not here. Too many eyes, too many ears. He glanced around the courtyard. Tomorrow night. Meet me in the Royal Archives after midnight. Tell no one. You're scaring me.
Good.
You should be scared. His gold eyes locked onto mine. Because if what I suspect is true, you're far more important than either of us realized. And that makes you incredibly dangerous, to yourself and to my enemies. Before I could ask what he meant, he was gone, disappearing into the palace like smoke. I stood alone in the courtyard, cold and confused and terrified. What had I gotten myself into? The next day passed in a blur of activity designed to distract me from my fear. Morning council, where I impressed Lord Xavian by catching an error in the proposed trade agreement with the Eastern Pax. The numbers hadn't balanced, suggesting either incompetence or embezzlement. Xavian had looked at me with new respect after that. Afternoon lessons with Master Evander in the archives. The elderly scholar proved to be exactly as Noriel had described, brilliant, apolitical, and delighted to find someone genuinely interested in learning. Most royals treat the archives like decoration, he said, running gnarled fingers over ancient texts. But knowledge is power, child. Real power. The kind that doesn't fade with age or strength. What's the most dangerous knowledge in these archives? I asked. His eyes gleamed. Ah, asking the right questions already. The most dangerous knowledge is always the same, the truth about how power really works. Who holds it, how they got it, what they did to keep it. He pulled down a volume bound in black leather. This, for example, the complete history of challenges to the Northern Throne. Every trial of Silver, every assassination attempt, every whispered conspiracy. Can I read it? His Majesty gave you full access. Of course you can. He paused. But child, be careful what you learn. Some knowledge changes you, makes it impossible to see the world the way you did before. I'm counting on it. Evening brought another formal dinner, this one with visiting diplomats from the Western Territories. I smiled, made pleasant conversation, and watched the power dynamics play out exactly as Darius had taught me. But through it all, my mind churned with questions. How had I dreamed about Varia with such precision? What did Darius suspect? And why did it make me dangerous? Finally, midnight arrived. I slipped from my rooms, avoiding guards through routes I'd learned over the past week. The palace had rhythms, patrol patterns, shift changes, moments when corridors went unwatched. I'd studied them carefully, knowing that survival meant understanding every escape route. The royal archives occupied the oldest part of Thornstone Keep, deep in the mountain itself. Stone corridors grew rougher here, more primitive, carved by claws rather than tools. This was ancient wolf territory, and it still felt wild. The archive doors stood open. Candlelight flickered from within. I entered to find Darius, waiting beside a massive table covered in books and scrolls. But it was what lay at the center that made my breath catch, a portrait.
Varia.
She looked exactly as I'd seen her in my dream. Dark hair flowing over her shoulders, gray eyes gentle and kind, the crescent scar visible on her exposed collarbone. And around her neck, the silver wolf necklace. I painted this myself, Darius said quietly. After she died. No one else has seen it. I keep it here, locked away, because looking at her face. He stopped, composed himself. Tell me again what you dreamed. I described it in detail. The blood, the screaming, the grief. With each word, his expression grew darker. That's how she died, he said finally. In childbirth. The bleeding wouldn't stop. She screamed for hours while the healers tried everything. And I stood there watching, absolutely powerless. His voice cracked. You dreamed of her death, Serenya. Exactly as it happened. But how is that possible? I've never heard the details, never saw this portrait. Because you're not just an Omega. He moved to one of the shelves, pulled down an ancient tome. I suspected from the moment I met you, but I needed to be sure. These are the chronicles of the Moon's children, the oldest records of our kind. He opened the book to a marked page, revealing text in a language I didn't recognize. But somehow, impossibly, I could read it. In every generation, the Moon Goddess chooses a vessel. One who walks between worlds, who sees what was and what might be, who carries the wisdom of all who came before. They are marked by their difference, lacking the wolf that defines our kind, yet possessing something greater. They are called the Seer's children, and they are both blessed and cursed. My hands shook as I read. What does this mean? It means you're not broken, Serenya. You never were. Darius's eyes burned with intensity. You're something rarer than any alpha. You're a seer, someone who can access the collective memory of our kind. Past, present, future. Everything that ever was, or might be. That's impossible. You dreamed about my dead mate with perfect accuracy. You knew details no one should know. He gripped my shoulders. Serenya, do you understand what this means? Seers are legends. They haven't appeared in over 300 years. Most wolves think they're myths. Why didn't my family know? Why didn't anyone? Because seers only awaken when they're in the presence of great power. The bond requires a catalyst. His voice dropped. The moment you entered my territory, the moment you agreed to become queen, you triggered the awakening. The Moon Goddess didn't take your wolf, Serenya. She gave you something infinitely more valuable. I stared at him, my entire understanding of myself shifting. I'm a seer.
Yes.
And if anyone in my court discovers it, they'll either worship you or kill you. Possibly both. Why would they kill me? Because seers can see the truth. They can't be lied to, can't be manipulated, can detect betrayal before it happens. Every conspiracy in my court would be exposed. Every hidden agenda revealed. He released me, pacing. Seers were always the most protected and most targeted members of royal courts. Wars have been fought over them. So what do? You hide it, master it, learn to control what you see before it controls you. He returned to the table, pulled out a smaller book. This chronicles the last seer, Queen Morgan, 3 centuries ago. She learned to filter the visions, to choose what she accessed. You'll need to do the same. I sat down heavily, my mind reeling. This is why you chose me. You knew. I suspected. Your reputation, the Omega who couldn't shift but excelled at everything else. The way you seemed to understand people too well, to anticipate reactions before they happened. Those are seer traits. He sat across from me. But I couldn't be certain until you manifested. The dream about Varia confirmed it. Does this mean I'll keep dreaming about her? About your grief?
Possibly.
Seers often connect to strong emotions and traumatic events. My grief is considerable. His expression twisted. I'm sorry you had to experience that. It's not a burden I'd wish on anyone. It's not your fault. I touched the portrait gently. She was beautiful. You loved her very much. I did. And she destroyed me by dying. He stood abruptly. Which is why us works. You're not my mate. I'm not yours. But you're my seer now, and I'm your king. That bond is different, but no less powerful. Possibly stronger, because it's built on purpose rather than fate. What happens now? Now you train. Master Evander will help. He's researched seers for decades, hoping one would appear in his lifetime. He'll be insufferably excited. Darius moved toward the door. But Serenya? Tell absolutely no one else. Not your family, not friends if you make any, not even guards you trust. This secret stays between the 3 of us. Your life depends on it. Understood. He paused at the threshold. One more thing. The coronation is in 2 weeks. Once you're crowned queen, your power will amplify. The bond between seer and crown is ancient magic. You'll start seeing things you can't control, past, present, future, all bleeding together. It will be overwhelming. How do I prepare for that? You don't. You survive it. His smile was grim. But if anyone can, it's you. You've survived everything else. After he left, I sat alone with Varia's portrait and the chronicles of the moon's children. I was a seer, one of the rarest beings in wolf kind. The moon goddess hadn't cursed me with broken genetics. She'd marked me for something greater. Terror and exhilaration warred in my chest. Everything I'd believed about myself was wrong. I wasn't weak. I wasn't deficient. I was dangerous. And in 2 weeks, when that crown touched my head, I'd become something this court had never seen before. A queen who could see their secrets. A wolf without a wolf who could still tear them apart. I smiled at Varia's portrait, feeling something wild and fierce awaken inside me. Thank you, I whispered to the painted face, for showing me the truth. The candles flickered, and for just a moment, I could have sworn the portrait smiled back. The next morning, everything changed. I woke to Noriel shaking me urgently. Miss Ashbourne, you need to get up.
Now.
What's wrong? Your family. They're here. In the palace. Your father, mother, sister. They arrived an hour ago demanding to see you. My blood went cold. What do they want? I don't know. But His Majesty is stalling them in the formal reception room. He sent me to prepare you. She pulled clothes from my wardrobe. You need to dress quickly and decide how to handle this. My family. Here. The life I'd left behind had followed me north. And somehow, I knew this wasn't a social visit. This was a test. One I wasn't sure I was ready to face. Chapter 6. Ghosts of the Past. The formal reception room was designed to intimidate. All soaring ceilings, ancient tapestries depicting conquest, and windows that let in harsh northern light. I'd learned that everything in Thornstone served a purpose. This room's purpose was to make visitors feel small. It was working on my family. They stood clustered near the center, looking out of place despite their fine clothes. My father's shoulders were tense, my mother's smile brittle. And Mireia, my twin, looked radiant. Her silver gown shimmered in the light, her hair styled in intricate braids. She glowed with the inner light of someone whose wolf was strong and present. Next to her stood Theron, his hand possessively on her waist. The phantom bond twisted in my chest. I forced it down, locked it away where it couldn't show on my face. Darius stood near the windows, a study in controlled authority. He'd positioned himself so the light was behind him, making it hard to see his expression clearly. Strategic, always strategic. Serenya, he said as I entered. Your family has come to visit. How? Unexpected. The pause before unexpected made it clear he found it neither unexpected nor welcome. I walked into the room with my spine straight, remembering every lesson in bearing and authority. I was not the girl who'd left Ashbourne territory. I was the future queen of the Northern Territories. Father. Mother. I nodded to each in turn. Mireia. Theron. What brings you so far north? My mother rushed forward, pulling me into an embrace that felt more performance than affection. Darling, we had to see you. When we discovered you'd left without saying goodbye, we were devastated. Were you? I stepped back from her grasp. Or were you relieved to have the family embarrassment conveniently removed? Her expression flickered. Hurt or anger, I couldn't tell. Serenya, how can you say that? We love you. Do you? The words came out colder than I'd intended. But I was tired of pretending. Mother, you moved me to the servants' quarters. Father barely looked at me after Mireia's engagement. Let's not rewrite history just because my circumstances have changed. We're here now, my father said, his alpha voice carrying authority even here. That should tell you something about our commitment to family. It tells me you saw an opportunity. I moved to stand beside Darius, claiming my position. His Majesty's alliance with the Ashbourne pack is political, not personal. My relationship with my family doesn't affect it. So, what do you really want? Mireia flinched at my tone. Ellie, please. We missed you. I missed you. You're my sister. The use of my childhood nickname was deliberate, designed to soften me. It almost worked. You look well, I said carefully. Marriage suits you. It does. Her hand found Theron's, their fingers intertwining naturally. The wedding was beautiful. I wish you could have been there. I'm sure it was lovely. I kept my voice neutral, but inside, something cracked. The wedding I should have had, the mate who should have been mine. Congratulations to you both. Theron hadn't spoken yet. He stood rigid beside Mireia, his storm gray eyes locked on me with an intensity that made my skin prickle. The phantom bond pulled, and I saw him feel it too. A slight flinch, quickly controlled. Thank you, he said finally. We heard about your betrothal. It was surprising. Was it? I would think my family would be thrilled to see me well-placed. I tilted my head. Unless there's some other reason for your surprise? The challenge hung in the air. Was he going to acknowledge what we both felt? The impossible pull between us that shouldn't exist now that he was mated to my sister? Only that the timing was unexpected, Theron said carefully. And the choice of partner. The Alpha King is known to be particular. He is. Darius's voice cut through the tension, particularly enough to recognize values others overlook. Your pack's loss is my gain, Alpha Theron. The territorial claim was unmistakable. Darius had just drawn a line. Serenya was his now, and Theron had no right to question it. Of course, Your Majesty. Theron bowed slightly. I meant no disrespect. Didn't you? Darius moved closer to me, his presence a wall at my back. Then perhaps you should explain why you've traveled 4 days to visit your wife's sister. Surely there are more pressing matters requiring an alpha's attention. My father cleared his throat. Actually, Your Majesty, that's why we're here. We have a proposal. Here it was. The real reason for their visit. I'm listening, Darius said, his tone suggesting he already knew he wouldn't like what came next. The marriage between Mireia and Theron has united Ashbourne and Silverthorn packs, my father began. It's brought stability to our region. But the Blood Moon Raiders grow bolder. We need stronger alliances, more protection. You have my protection through Serenya's marriage, Darius pointed out. What more do you want? A formal treaty. One that guarantees Northern Territory forces will aid us if we're attacked. My father pulled out a document. We've drafted terms. Let me guess, I interrupted. You want His Majesty's protection, but you want to dictate the terms. You want Northern forces at your disposal without offering anything substantial in return. My father's expression hardened. Serenya, this doesn't concern you. Doesn't concern me? I laughed, the sound sharp. I'm the reason you have access to the Alpha King at all. Everything about this concerns me. I turned to Darius. May I see the document? He handed it to me and I scanned the terms quickly. My education in pack law, the one thing my family had allowed me to pursue because I couldn't do anything else, came flooding back. This is insulting, I said flatly. You're asking for permanent military protection, priority access to Northern Territory trade routes, and preferential treatment in disputes. In exchange, you offer what? Nominal tribute that barely covers the cost of a single garrison. Those terms are standard, my father began. Those terms are what powerful packs demand from weaker ones. You're not the powerful pack in this negotiation, father. I handed the document back to Darius. His Majesty doesn't need your alliance. He married me despite my lack of political value, not because of it. You have nothing to leverage here. Silence crashed through the room. My mother looked shocked. Mireia stared at me like she didn't recognize me. And my father's face had gone purple with suppressed rage. You dare speak to your alpha that way? He snarled. You're not my alpha anymore. The words came out calm, final. I'm under His Majesty's protection now, which means I answer to him, not you. Serenya is correct, Darius said, a note of approval in his voice. Her allegiance transferred the moment she crossed into the Northern Territory. And her assessment of your proposal is accurate. The terms are unacceptable. Your Majesty, please. My father tried. However, Darius continued, I'm not unreasonable. I'll offer you a counterproposal. Northern Territory will provide garrison forces at the southern border. In exchange, Ashbourne Pack will cede control of the Silver Ridge mines for 10 years. The mines will be operated jointly, with profits split 60-40 in my favor. My father went pale. The Silver Ridge mines are our primary source of income. And Northern Territory protection is expensive. Those are my terms. Accept them or defend yourselves against the Blood Moon Raiders with your own forces. Darius's voice was absolute. You have until sunset to decide. He turned and walked toward the door, expecting me to follow. I did, but not before catching Mireia's expression. She looked devastated, confused, like the sister she knew had been replaced by a stranger. Maybe I had been. That was brutal, Darius said once we were alone in the corridor. I'm impressed. They were trying to manipulate you through me. I wasn't going to let that happen. Most people would prioritize family loyalty over political strategy. Most people didn't spend their entire lives being treated like a burden by their family. I kept walking, needing distance from the reception room and everyone in it. They came here expecting to find the same Serenya they dismissed. The one who'd agree to anything to make them happy. That person doesn't exist anymore.
No, she doesn't.
He caught my arm gently, stopping me. But that was still your family. Your twin sister. Seeing them must have been difficult. It was. I hadn't realized how much it would hurt until I was in that room, watching Mireia and Theron together, feeling the phantom bond twist and burn. But I made my choice when I signed that contract. There's no going back. Is that what you want? No going back? I thought about it, really thought about it. About the life I'd left behind versus the life I was building here. Yes, I said finally. I don't want to be that girl anymore. The one who made herself small so others could feel big. I'm tired of apologizing for existing. Something shifted in Darius's expression. Then don't. You're a seer now, Serenya. And in 2 weeks, you'll be queen. The only person you need to answer to is yourself. And you. And me, he agreed. But I chose you precisely because you wouldn't simply obey. I chose you because you think for yourself. Don't lose that just because you're wearing a crown. Before I could respond, Noriel appeared, looking worried. Your Majesty, forgive the interruption, but Lady Askira is requesting an immediate audience. She says it's urgent. Darius and I exchanged glances. This should be interesting, he murmured.
Very well, Noriel.
Study in 10 minutes. As Noriel hurried away, I felt the first stirrings of seer vision, not a full vision, just a whisper of warning. Something was wrong. Something was coming. Darius, I said quietly, be careful. Whatever Askira wants, it's a trap. How do you know? I feel it. The same way I felt Varia's death before I fully understood what I was seeing. I pressed my hand to my temple, where a headache was forming. Something's wrong. Then we'll face it together. He offered his arm.
Come.
Let's see what poison Askira has prepared for us today. Lady Askira waited in Darius's private study, a power move, entering his personal space uninvited. She stood by the window, her violet eyes glittering with malicious satisfaction. Your Majesty, she said, curtsying with mocking precision. Thank you for seeing me. And Miss Ashbourne. How fortuitous. This concerns you both. What do you want, Askira? Darius's patience was clearly thin. I wanted to inform you of some interesting rumors that have reached my ears about Miss Ashbourne's background. Her smile was razor-sharp, specifically about why she can't shift. My blood went cold. My condition is not a secret, I said carefully. Everyone knows I'm an Omega. Yes, but do they know why? Askira pulled a letter from her bodice. I've been corresponding with certain contacts in the Southern Territories, asking questions about our future queen. And I discovered something fascinating. She handed the letter to Darius. I watched his expression darken as he read. This is speculation, he said flatly. Unsubstantiated gossip. Is it? Because my sources claim that your condition isn't genetic at all. Askira's eyes locked on mine. They say your mother had an affair. That you're not actually Alpha Ronin's daughter. That you're the product of that affair with a human merchant who passed through Ashbourne territory. The accusation hung in the air like poison. That's a lie, I said, but my voice wavered. Is it? Because it would explain so much. Why can't you shift? You're not fully a wolf. Why does your family treat you differently? You're a bastard and a half-breed. Why did your own mate Bond reject you? The moon goddess doesn't bind humans to wolves. Enough. Darius's voice cracked like a whip. These accusations are baseless and insulting. I won't tolerate. There's a way to prove it, Askira interrupted. The blood right. Ancient Pact law allows any member of the court to challenge a royal's bloodline through ritual testing. The truth will reveal itself. The blood right hasn't been performed in over a century, because it hasn't been necessary. Until now. She turned to face the gathered crowd. I realized with horror that others had entered during our confrontation. Lord Xavian, Commander Ridian, and several other council members. I invoke the blood right. Let Miss Ashbourne prove she's worthy of the crown through her blood, or let her be exposed as the fraud she is. Darius looked ready to tear her apart, but Xavian stepped forward. The lady has invoked ancient law, Your Majesty. By the Accords, you cannot refuse without appearing to hide the truth. This is madness.
No.
My voice cut through the chaos. Everyone turned to stare. I accept. Serenya, you don't have to. Yes, I do. I met Askira's eyes. You want to humiliate me publicly.
Fine.
But when the blood right proves you wrong, you'll be the one who looks foolish. Askira's smile widened. Excellent. The ritual will be held tomorrow at moonrise. The entire court will witness it. We'll finally see what you really are, Miss Ashbourne. She swept from the room, taking her allies with her. Darius rounded on Xavian. You supported this? I supported the law, Your Majesty. If Miss Ashbourne is legitimate, the blood right will prove it. If not, he shrugged. Better we know before the coronation. When the room finally cleared, Darius turned to me, his face carved from fury. Why did you accept? I could have found a way around this. Because refusing would make me look guilty. And because I took a breath. Because I need to know the truth too. What? Darius, what if she's right? What if I'm not fully a wolf? The possibility had opened like a chasm beneath my feet. It would explain everything. Why can't I shift? Why does my family treat me differently? Why I'm a seer? Maybe that's not special. Maybe I'm just damaged in a different way. Stop. He gripped my shoulders. Listen to me. Your ability to see isn't damaged. It's a gift. And whether you're fully wolf or not doesn't change the fact that you're more qualified to be queen than anyone else in this court. But what if the blood right proves I'm not legitimate? Then we deal with it. Together. His gold eyes blazed. Serenya, I don't care what your blood reveals. You're my choice. That doesn't change. Your court might care. Then I'll make them understand that my word is law. His hands moved to cup my face, forcing me to meet his eyes. You are not broken. You are not a fraud. You are exactly what I need you to be. Do you understand? I wanted to believe him. Wanted to believe that tomorrow's ritual would prove Iskira wrong. But deep in my bones, in the place where my wolf should have lived, I felt the terrible certainty that everything was about to change. Tomorrow, at moonrise, the truth would be revealed. And I had the sinking feeling that it would destroy everything. That night, I couldn't sleep. I paced my rooms, mind racing through possibilities. What if Iskira was right? What if I was the product of an affair? It would explain my mother's distance, my father's disappointment, the way I'd always felt like I didn't quite belong. But it would also mean I had no claim to the Ashbourne name, no legitimate place in wolf society, and possibly no right to marry the Alpha King. A knock at my door interrupted my spiraling thoughts. Come in. Mireia slipped inside, still wearing her traveling cloak. I couldn't let you face tomorrow alone, she said quietly. Not without talking first. You shouldn't be here. Your husband is asleep at the inn where we're staying. He doesn't know I left. She moved closer, and in the candlelight, I saw tears on her cheeks. Ellie, is it true? What Lady Iskira said. Are you really not father's daughter? I don't know. The admission hurt. Mother never said anything, but it would explain so much. It would explain why she always loved me more, Mireia whispered. I always thought it was because I could shift and you couldn't. But what if it was because I was fully hers and you weren't? We stared at each other, two sisters raised as twins, suddenly facing the possibility that we weren't sisters at all. Mireia, I said slowly, did you ever wonder why the mate bond split between us? Every day. What if it's because I'm not a pure wolf? What if the moon goddess rejected me not because she was cruel, but because I'm not enough? Don't say that. Mireia grabbed my hands. Ellie, you are enough. You've always been enough. More than enough. You're brilliant and strong and possibly not your sister. The words hung between us, terrible and true. You'll always be my sister, Mireia said fiercely. Blood doesn't matter. We grew up together, shared everything, and loved each other. That's real. That's what matters. Does Theron know you're here? She hesitated.
No.
He doesn't understand why I needed to see you. The bond between us is strong, Ellie.
Real.
But sometimes I catch him looking at you, and I see something in his eyes that scares me. What? Regret. Longing. Like he's wondering what might have been if the bond had stayed with you. Her voice broke. I love him, but I'm terrified that part of him will always belong to you. I pulled her into a hug, both of us crying now. I'm sorry, I whispered. For all of this. For the bond. For the confusion. For leaving without saying goodbye. I'm sorry too. For not fighting harder to make you stay. For letting Mother move you to the servants' quarters. For being so wrapped up in my own happiness that I didn't see how much you were hurting. We held each other like we used to as children, when nightmares or thunderstorms would drive one of us to the other's bed. Whatever happens tomorrow, Mireia said. Whatever the blood right reveals. You're my sister. Nothing changes that. Everything might change.
Not this.
Never this. She left shortly after, slipping back into the night to return to Theron before he woke. And I stood at the window, watching the moon arc across the sky, knowing that by tomorrow night, I'd either be vindicated or destroyed. The blood right would reveal the truth. I just prayed I was strong enough to survive it. Chapter 7. The Blood Right. Moonrise came too quickly. I stood in my chambers as attendants dressed me in ceremonial white, the traditional garb for those undergoing the blood rite. The fabric was thin, almost translucent, designed to hide nothing. Vulnerability made visible. You don't have to do this, Noriel said for the third time, her hands gentle as she braided my hair. His Majesty could still find a way to stop it. And look weak? Make everyone think he's protecting me because the accusations are true. I shook my head.
No.
This ends tonight one way or another. Through the window, I could see the courtyard filled with wolves. The entire court had assembled, hundreds of them, packed into every available space. Torches blazed against the darkness, casting flickering shadows that made everything look unstable, uncertain. At the center of the courtyard stood the right stone, an ancient altar carved with wolf sigils that predated the kingdom itself. Legend said it had been blessed by the moon goddess herself, that it could taste truth in blood. I was about to find out if legends were real. A knock at the door. Darius entered without waiting for permission, and I heard Noriel quietly slip out behind him. You look like a sacrifice, he said, his voice rough. Isn't that what this is?
No.
This is a test. He moved closer, and I saw he'd dressed formally, full royal regalia, the crown sitting heavy on his silver hair. One you're going to pass. You don't know that. I know you. His hands found my shoulders, steady and warm. Serenya, I've spent the last 2 weeks watching you navigate a court designed to destroy you. You've held your own against wolves who've spent lifetimes in power. Whatever that stone reveals, it won't change the fact that you're stronger than anyone in that courtyard realizes. What if I'm not a wolf enough? What if the stone rejects me? Then we deal with it. His gold eyes burned into mine. But I need you to understand something. The blood right tests more than bloodline. It tests character, strength, and worthiness. You could be a pure wolf and still fail if you lack the qualities needed to rule. That's supposed to be comforting? It's supposed to be true. He stepped back, his expression shifting into the cold mask he wore for court. It's time. The walk to the courtyard felt like walking to my execution. Guards flanked me, Commander Rydian and 3 of his most trusted warriors, their faces impassive. The crowd parted as we approached, whispers following in my wake. So young. She looks terrified. This is barbaric. About time someone challenged her. The right stone loomed before me, dark and ancient, its surface carved with symbols I could almost read. The seer knowledge stirred in my mind, whispering translations I shouldn't know.
Truth. Blood.
Judgment. Worth. Darius stood beside the stone, flanked by Lord Xavian and the other council members. And across from them, wearing a smile of vicious satisfaction, stood Lady Iskira. Miss Ashbourne, Xavian's voice carried across the courtyard. You have been challenged under the ancient rite. The blood rite will test your claim to the Ashbourne bloodline and your worthiness to become queen. Do you submit yourself to judgment?
My throat was dry.
I do. Then approach the stone. I walked forward on shaking legs, feeling hundreds of eyes tracking my movement. In the crowd, I spotted my family, my father standing rigid, my mother with her face buried in her hands, Mireia looking stricken. Theron's expression was unreadable. Xavian continued the ritual words. The blood rite requires 3 tests. First, the test of blood, to determine lineage. Second, the test of spirit, to determine strength of character. Third, the test of purpose, to determine worthiness to lead. Do you accept all 3? I accept. Then let us begin. An elderly woman stepped forward. Elder Silpha, I'd been told, the keeper of ancient rites. Her face was lined with centuries of wisdom, her eyes clouded with age, but still sharp. "Give me your hand, child," she said. I extended my right hand. She produced a ceremonial blade, its edge wickedly sharp, and without hesitation, cut across my palm. Blood welled, hot and red. "Place your hand upon the stone." I pressed my bleeding palm against the cold surface. The stone seemed to drink my blood, the red liquid disappearing into ancient grooves carved across its face. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the stone began to glow. Gasps rippled through the crowd as symbols lit up beneath my hand. Not the steady golden glow I'd been told indicated pure wolf blood, but something else. Something I'd never heard of. Silver light mixed with gold, creating patterns that pulsed and shifted. "What does it mean?" someone shouted. Elder Silpha leaned close to the stone, studying the patterns with narrowed eyes. When she straightened, her expression was troubled. "The blood is mixed," she said. "Wolf and others. But the other is not human, as Lady Iskira claimed." My heart stopped. "What? Your blood carries 2 wolf lineages. Ashborn, yes, but also something far older. Something that predates the packs themselves." She traced the silver patterns with gnarled fingers. "This is ancient blood. The bloodline of the first wolves, the ones who walked with the moon goddess herself." Silence crashed over the courtyard. "That's impossible," Iskira said, her voice shaking. "Ancient bloodlines died out centuries ago." Died out or went into hiding? Elder Silpha's clouded eyes fixed on her. "The ancients were hunted, Lady Iskira. Killed because their power made others jealous. Those who survived learned to hide what they were, to blend in with normal packs. It seems one of Miss Ashbourne's parents carries that legacy." I stared at my bloody hand, still pressed against the glowing stone. "Which parent?" "That I cannot tell you. But child, you are not less than a wolf. You are more. The reason you cannot shift is because your wolf is too powerful, not too weak. It sleeps, waiting for the right moment to awaken. But I've never shifted. Not once. Because you've never needed to. But make no mistake, your wolf is there. Dormant but present. Waiting." Darius moved to my side, his expression carefully neutral, but I caught the flash of surprise in his eyes. He hadn't expected this either. "The first test is complete," Xavian announced. "Miss Ashbourne's blood is legitimate. More than legitimate. She carries ancient lineage. The challenge to her bloodline is dismissed." Iskira looked like she might be sick. This had backfired spectacularly. But the ritual wasn't over. "The second test," Elder Silpha said. "Spirit. Remove your hand from the stone, child." I pulled back, and the glow faded slightly, but didn't disappear entirely. The symbols continued to pulse with that strange silver-gold light. "This test requires no blood, only truth. The stone will ask you 3 questions. You must answer honestly. Lies will be revealed." She stepped back. "Begin." The stone's surface rippled like water. Then a voice filled my head, not external, not something others could hear. The stone itself, speaking directly to my mind. "What do you fear most?" The question cut through all pretense, all armor. I could lie, try to seem brave. But the stone would know. "I fear being nothing," I said aloud, so everyone could hear. "I fear that no matter what I do, I'll always be the broken one. The girl who wasn't enough. I fear that even with ancient blood or seer abilities or a crown, I'll never matter." The crowd stirred. I'd just admitted weakness in front of everyone. But the stone glowed brighter, the symbols pulsing with approval. Truth, even painful truth, satisfied it. "What do you desire most?" Easier question. Or so I thought. I stopped. What did I want? Power? Revenge? Love?
No.
Deeper than that. "I want to be chosen," I whispered. Not because of bonds or bloodlines or political necessity, but because someone looks at me and sees worth. Not potential worth or strategic worth, just worth. Me, as I am, being enough. The stone pulsed again, satisfied. "For what would you sacrifice everything?" the hardest question. I looked at Darius, standing tall and untouchable beside the stone. I thought about Maria in the crowd, tears streaming down her face. About my parents, who'd never known how to love the daughter who didn't fit their expectations. About Theron, whose gray eyes held echoes of what might have been. For truth, I said finally. I would sacrifice everything for the truth. Not comfortable lies or pretty illusions. Real, ugly, devastating truth. Because truth is the only thing that can't be taken from you. It's the only thing that makes you free. The stone blazed, so bright people had to shield their eyes. When the light faded, the symbols had rearranged themselves into a new pattern, one Elder Silpha studied with something like awe. The stone recognizes your spirit as worthy, she breathed. In 300 years of keeping these rites, I've never seen it respond so strongly. Child, you have the spirit of a queen. Perhaps the spirit of something even greater. The third test, Xavian said, impatience creeping into his voice. Let's complete the ritual. Very well. Elder Silpha gestured to the stone. Place both hands upon it now. The final test, purpose, is the most dangerous. The stone will show you a vision of your future. If your purpose aligns with the good of the kingdom, you pass. If not, then the stone will reject you violently. The backlash can kill. More gasps from the crowd. This was more than political theater. This was genuinely dangerous. Serenya, Darius said quietly. You can refuse this test. No one would blame you. Yes, they would. I turned to face him. They'd say I was too weak, too afraid. That I failed when it mattered most. I managed a shaky smile. Besides, I'm curious what my purpose is supposed to be. That's either bravery or madness. In this court, they're the same thing. I placed both hands on the stone. The world exploded. The vision hit me like a physical blow. I was standing in this same courtyard, but everything was different.
Wrong.
The stones were cracked, broken. Bodies lay scattered across the ground. Wolves cut down in battle, their blood staining ancient stone. And at the center of it all, standing over Darius's fallen form, was a figure I recognized. Iskira.
But changed.
Her eyes glowed with unnatural purple light, and dark energy writhed around her like a living shadow. You should have let me be queen, she hissed, and her voice was wrong, layered with something inhuman. Now I'll take the crown by force. And I'll destroy everyone you love. The vision shifted. I saw Mireia screaming as raiders tore through Ashbourne territory. Saw my father fighting desperately, outnumbered. Saw Theron fall protecting my sister, blood blooming across his chest. Saw the northern territories burning. And at the heart of it all, Iskira, wearing a crown of shadow, commanding an army of corrupted wolves whose eyes glowed with that same purple light. This is what happens if you fail, a voice whispered. The moon goddess herself, I somehow knew. This is what happens if you're not strong enough to do what must be done. What must be done? I gasped. You must become what they fear. Not a queen who rules through kindness, but one who rules through power. You carry ancient blood, seer abilities, and a strength that terrifies them because it's different. Embrace it. Use it. Or watch everyone you love die. The vision shifted again. Now I stood on the palace steps, wearing a crown that blazed with silver gold light. Darius stood beside me, his hand in mine, and we faced an army together. But this time, we weren't falling. This time, when I raised my hand, power exploded from me. Ancient magic mixed with seer vision, devastating and beautiful. The corrupted wolves fell, the shadow army scattered, and Iskira knelt before me, broken and defeated. This is your purpose, the moon goddess said. Not to be loved, not to be accepted, but to be strong enough to protect those who cannot protect themselves. To see the threats others miss. To do what others cannot. I don't want that, I whispered. I don't want to be feared. Then you'll fail. And everyone dies. Her presence pressed against me, vast and terrible. The choice is yours, child. Embrace your power, or watch your world burn. The vision released me. I gasped, stumbling back from the stone. Hands caught me, Darius, steady and solid, holding me upright. What did you see? He demanded. I couldn't answer. The vision had shattered something inside me, shown me a future I didn't want but might have to embrace anyway. The stone is judged, Elder Sylpha announced, her voice carrying over the stunned crowd. And it has found her worthy. More than worthy. It shows her purpose as queen, and marks her as something we have not seen in centuries. What? Xavian asked. What does it mark her as? A weapon of the moon. One chosen by the goddess herself to defend the wolf kind against threats we cannot yet see. She turned to me, her clouded eyes somehow seeing everything. You carry 3 blessings, child. Ancient blood, seer sight, and the moon's favor. That makes you the most dangerous creature in this kingdom. Or the most valuable, Darius said, his arm tightening around me possessively. Both, Elder Sylpha said. Always both. The crowd erupted, some in celebration, others in fear. I'd passed the blood rite, but in doing so, I'd revealed myself as something far more complex than anyone had imagined. Lady Iskira stood frozen, her face white with rage and terror. She'd wanted to expose me as a fraud. Instead, she'd forced me to reveal power that made her machinations look like child's play. The blood rite is complete, Xavian declared. Miss Ashbourne is proven worthy of the crown through blood, spirit, and purpose. The coronation will proceed as planned. But I barely heard him. I was still reeling from the vision, from the choice the moon goddess had laid before me. Become a weapon, or watch everyone I love die. Embrace power that would make people fear me, or fail to protect them when it mattered most. It wasn't really a choice at all. Serenya, Darius said quietly, his lips close to my ear. What did the stone show you? You're shaking. War, I whispered. Betrayal.
Death.
And a choice I don't want to make. What choice? I looked up at him. This king who'd chosen me for strategic reasons, who'd promised respect but not love, who'd given me a crown I wasn't sure I deserved. The choice to become what everyone fears I am. Understanding flickered in his gold eyes. Then we'll face that together. Whatever you see, whatever's coming, you won't face it alone. You don't know what I am now, what the stone revealed. I know you're mine. My seer, my queen, my weapon if that's what you need to be. His hand cupped my face, forcing me to meet his eyes. Whatever you become, Serenya, I'll stand beside you. That's what partnership means. In the crowd, I saw Maria watching us with something like heartbreak on her face. Saw Theron's expression, longing mixed with resignation. Saw my parents trying to reconcile the daughter they'd dismissed with the queen I was becoming. Saw Iskira's hatred, sharp and deadly as a blade. The vision had shown me she was the threat. That she'd betray everything, corrupt everything, destroy everything if given the chance. And I was the only one who could stop her. Darius, I said quietly, I need to tell you something. About what I saw. Later. He turned us to face the crowd. Right now, they need to see their queen. Strong, unshaken, victorious. Show them what you are. What I was. A queen with ancient blood and seer sight and the moon goddess's blessing. A weapon forged for battles I couldn't yet imagine. A girl who'd wanted nothing more than to matter, now marked as the most dangerous creature in the kingdom. I straightened my spine, lifted my chin, and let them see. Not Serenya, the Omega. Not Serenya, the broken one. But Serenya the weapon. The seer. The future queen who would do whatever was necessary to protect this kingdom. Even if it meant becoming the monster they'd always feared I might be. The crowd's reaction was a mix of fear and awe. Perfect. Let them be afraid. Fear meant respect. Fear meant they wouldn't underestimate me. Fear meant I might actually survive long enough to wear the crown. Long live the future queen, Xavian called, and the crowd echoed it, their voices rolling across the courtyard like thunder. Long live Queen Serenya. The words should have felt like triumph. Instead, they felt like a prophecy. One I'd have to bleed to fulfill. Chapter 8. The Queen's Shadow. They threw a celebration after the blood rite. Of course they did. The court needed to maintain appearances, to pretend that what they'd witnessed was cause for joy rather than terror. Wine flowed, music played, and nobles congratulated me with smiles that didn't reach their eyes. I stood in the center of it all, still wearing the ceremonial white, feeling like an imposter in my own skin. "You should eat something," Noriel murmured, appearing at my elbow with a plate of food I couldn't imagine choking down. "You've had nothing since breakfast. I'm not hungry." "You're in shock." Her voice was gentle but firm. "The blood rite takes a toll, especially when it reveals what yours did. But you need to keep your strength up. The coronation is in 1 week, and you'll need every advantage." 1 week. 7 days until I officially became queen. 7 days to prepare for a war I'd seen in visions, against an enemy no one else believed existed yet. "Noriel," I said quietly, "have you ever heard of wolves with purple eyes? Eyes that glow with unnatural light?" She went very still. "Where did you hear about that?"
I saw it.
"In the vision during the blood rite. Corrupted wolves, their eyes glowing purple, following Iskira's commands." I turned to look at her. "You know what I'm talking about, don't you?" She glanced around, ensuring no one was close enough to overhear. "Not here. Come with me." She led me through the celebrating crowd, out a side door, and into a narrow corridor I'd never noticed before. We descended stairs that spiraled deeper into the mountain, the air growing colder with each step. "Where are we going?" "Somewhere we can talk without being overheard." She produced a key, unlocked a heavy door, and ushered me into a small chamber lined with books. "This is my personal archive. The records I keep aren't in the main library." "Why?" "Because some knowledge is too dangerous to leave where curious nobles might find it." She pulled a leather-bound journal from a shelf, its pages yellowed with age. "What you saw in your vision, the purple-eyed wolves, they're called shadow-touched. Wolves who've been corrupted by dark magic." My blood ran cold. Dark magic existed. Or so we thought. She opened the journal, revealing sketches of wolves with distorted features and glowing purple eyes. 500 years ago, a sorceress named Morgoth tried to corrupt the wolf packs, turning them into her personal army. She used blood magic to sever their connection to the moon goddess, replacing it with her own dark power. What happened to her? The ancients destroyed her, united all the packs, and hunted her down. Noriel's expression was grim. But before she died, she promised her magic would return. That when the time was right, another would take up her work and finish what she started. "Iskira, if your vision is true, yes." She closed the journal carefully. "But Miss Ashbourne, Serenya, you must understand. If you start making accusations about Lady Iskira practicing dark magic without proof, you'll look unstable. They'll say the blood rite damages your mind. Then I need proof. You need to be careful." Noriel gripped my shoulders. "Iskira is dangerous even without dark magic. Her family has connections throughout the court, wealth to buy loyalty, and the cunning to destroy you if you move against her too quickly. So I just wait? Let her gather power while I pretend everything's fine. You use the week before your coronation to prepare. Learn everything you can about dark magic, about the shadow-touched, about how to defend against them." She released me, moved to another shelf. "And you find allies, people you can trust when the war you saw comes to pass." "Who can I trust?" "Everyone in this court has an agenda. Then find those whose agendas align with yours. Commander Rydian values duty above all else. Convince him the kingdom is threatened, and he'll fight beside you. Lord Xavian respects strength and legitimacy. You've proven both. Master Evander seeks knowledge. Offer him the chance to study ancient magic in exchange for his loyalty." It made sense. Political strategy, building alliances one careful move at a time. But I was tired of being careful. The vision had shown me what happened if I failed. Had shown Mireia dying, Theron falling, the kingdom burning. I couldn't let that happen. Wouldn't let it happen. Even if it meant becoming the weapon the moon goddess had marked me as. Teach me, I said. Everything you know about dark magic, about fighting it, about protecting against corruption. I have 1 week before I'm crowned. That's 1 week to become someone who can face what's coming. Noriel studied me for a long moment. Then she nodded. Very well. But Serenya? Once you start down this path, there's no turning back. Learning to fight darkness means understanding it. Embracing the parts of yourself that scare you. Becoming something people will fear. I know.
Do you?
Because the girl who arrived here 2 weeks ago wanted to be accepted, to belong. What I'm offering to teach you will ensure you never truly belong anywhere. You'll be too powerful, too dangerous, too other. I thought about my vision, about the choice the moon goddess had given me. Be loved or be strong enough to save them. It wasn't really a choice at all. I accept those terms. The next 7 days passed in a blur of secret lessons and public performances. By day, I played the role of future queen. I attended council meetings where I impressed Xavian with my grasp of territorial law, dined with visiting dignitaries and charmed them with careful conversation, smiled for the court, and pretended I wasn't planning for war. By night, I descended into Noriel's hidden archive and learned. She taught me about dark magic, how it worked, how to recognize its signs, how to defend against it. The knowledge was forbidden, dangerous, the kind of thing that could get someone executed for even possessing. But I absorbed it all with desperate hunger. Dark magic feeds on negative emotions. Noriel explained on the 3rd night, her finger tracing symbols in an ancient grimoire. Fear, hatred, jealousy. These things fuel corruption. The shadow touches lose themselves gradually. First, their eyes change. Then their wolves become twisted, monstrous. Finally, their humanity erodes until nothing remains but hunger for power. How do you stop them? Silver works, as it does on all wolves. But corrupted wolves are stronger, faster, more vicious than natural ones. They don't tire, don't feel pain the way normal wolves do. She turned the page. The only reliable way to stop them is to sever their connection to the dark magic source. Cut off the corruption at its root. Kill the sorceress controlling them. Exactly. Which is why if Iskira truly is practicing dark magic, you'll need to eliminate her. Not imprison her, not exile her. Eliminate her completely. The word hung between us. Murder. Execution. Whatever pretty name you wrapped it in, I'd have to kill Iskira to stop what was coming. Could I do that? Take a life? Even to save countless others? I didn't know. But I'd have to learn. There's something else, Noriel said, pulling out another book, this one bound in silver with moon symbols etched across its cover. Your ancient blood and seer abilities give you an advantage. Ancient magic is the natural enemy of dark magic. If you can awaken your dormant wolf, you'll be able to fight corruption directly. How do I awaken it? That, I don't know. Ancient bloodlines are beyond my expertise. But Master Evander has researched them extensively. You should speak with him.
So I did.
On the 4th night, I visited Master Evander in the archives. The elderly scholar nearly wept with joy when I explained what I needed. An ancient bloodline awakening. He practically danced around the archive, pulling books from shelves with manic energy. I've spent 60 years studying this, hoping to see it happen in my lifetime. And now you're here, carrying that legacy, asking for help. Master Evander, I interrupted gently. I need practical guidance. How do I awaken my wolf? He settled down, adjusting his spectacles. Ancient wolves don't awaken like normal ones. They require a catalyst, usually extreme emotional trauma or mortal danger. But there's another way, recorded in the oldest texts. He opened a manuscript so ancient the pages crumbled at his touch. The ritual of recognition. An ancient must stand before those who deny their nature and speak their truth aloud. Claim their power publicly, without apology or fear. The act of recognition, of accepting what they are, triggers the awakening. That's it? I just accept myself? It's not as simple as it sounds. Most ancients spend decades hiding, denying, trying to fit in with normal packs. The idea of standing before others and declaring themselves different, powerful, worthy, it goes against every survival instinct. His eyes gleamed behind his spectacles. But you, my dear, have already done the hard part. You've stopped apologizing for what you are. Had I'd spent my entire life apologizing for not shifting, for being broken, for disappointing everyone. But these past 2 weeks in Thornstone Keep, I'd started to change. I started to claim space, to demand respect, to stop shrinking myself to make others comfortable. When should I perform this ritual? I asked. At your coronation. His smile was conspiratorial. What better moment to claim your power than when you're claiming your crown? The entire kingdom will witness it. Your enemies will know what you are. Your allies will know what they're fighting beside. And your wolf, sleeping all these years, will finally wake. The idea was terrifying and exhilarating in equal measure. My coronation. The moment I'd been preparing for, dreading, anticipating. And now it would become something more. The moment I stopped being Serenya the Omega and became Serenya the Ancient. Thank you, I said, for everything. Thank you for letting me witness this. History is being made, my dear, and I'm honored to be part of it. On the 6th night, everything changed. I was in Noriel's archive, studying defensive magic, when the door burst open. Darius stood in the doorway, his face carved from fury. What exactly are you doing down here? He demanded. Noriel stood quickly, moving protectively in front of me. Your Majesty, I can explain. Can you? Because I've spent the last hour searching the palace for my future queen, only to discover she's been spending every night in a hidden chamber learning about dark magic. His gold eyes blazed. Do you have any idea how this looks? How will it look if anyone finds out? No one will find out, I said calmly, standing to face him. We've been careful. Careful. He laughed, the sound bitter. Serenya, if the council learns you've been studying forbidden magic, then I'll tell them the truth. That I'm preparing to defend this kingdom against a threat they don't see coming. What threat? It was time. I'd been avoiding this conversation, knowing he'd react badly. But I couldn't keep it from him any longer. Sit down, I said. This is going to take a while. I told him everything. About the vision during the blood rite, Iskira commanding corrupted wolves, the kingdom burning, everyone I loved dying. About the shadow touched and dark magic. About Noriel's hidden knowledge and Master Evander's research. About the choice the moon goddess had given me. He listened in silence, his expression unreadable. When I finished, he was quiet for a long time. You believe Iskira is practicing dark magic, he said finally. Based on a vision. Based on a vision from the blood rite, which is blessed by the moon goddess herself. Yes. Do you have any proof beyond the vision? Any evidence of her practicing corruption magic? Not yet. But then you have nothing. He stood, pacing. Serenya, I understand you're trying to protect the kingdom. But making accusations against a noble house without proof is political suicide. Iskira's family has connections, wealth, power. If you move against her without solid evidence, they'll destroy you. So I wait until people start dying? Until she's gathered enough corrupted wolves to attack. You gather evidence. Build a case. Do this the right way. He gripped my shoulders. I know you want to act, to fight, to save everyone. But sometimes the right action is patience. Patience is what gets people killed. And recklessness is what starts wars. His voice softened. Serenya, I'm not dismissing your vision. I'm asking you to be strategic. You're brilliant at political maneuvering. Use that. Watch Iskira, track her movements, and gather information. When we have proof, we'll move against her with the full force of the crown. But not before. He was right. I knew he was right. But the vision haunted me. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Mireia dying, Theron falling, the kingdom burning. 1 week, I said. I'll give you 1 week after the coronation to find proof. But if she makes a move before then we'll deal with it together. He pulled me against him, and I felt the steady beat of his heart. You're not alone in this, Serenya. Whatever's coming, we face it as partners. That was our agreement. Partners. Not mates, not lovers, but something solid and real. I let myself lean into him, just for a moment, drawing strength from his certainty. The coronation is tomorrow, he murmured against my hair. Tomorrow, you become queen. And everything changes. What if I'm not ready? You've been ready since the moment you walked into that council chamber and held your own against wolves who've spent lifetimes in power.
He pulled back to look at me.
Tomorrow, that crown touches your head, and you become something this kingdom has never seen before. An ancient, a seer, a queen who doesn't need a wolf to be dangerous. And a weapon. And a weapon. He didn't deny it. But whose weapon? The moon goddess's? Mine? Your own? That's what you'll decide tomorrow. I hadn't thought about it that way. The moon goddess had called me her weapon, but I didn't have to be only hers. I could be my own weapon. Use my power for my own purposes, my own goals, my own vision of what the kingdom should be. The idea was intoxicating. Get some sleep, Darius said. Tomorrow is the most important day of your life. You need to be sharp. He left, taking Noriel with him. They had details to coordinate, protocols to review, a coronation to orchestrate. I stayed in the archive, surrounded by forbidden knowledge, feeling the weight of tomorrow settling onto my shoulders. Tomorrow, I'll be crowned queen. Tomorrow, I'd perform the ritual of recognition and awaken my ancient wolf. Tomorrow, I'd stop being Serenya the Omega and become Serenya the weapon. And Askira, watching from the crowd, plotting in shadows, would learn exactly what kind of queen she'd helped create. I smiled in the darkness. Let her watch. Let her plot. Tomorrow, she'd see what happened when you pushed an ancient too far. Tomorrow, I'd show them all what I really was. Chapter 9. The Crown of Silver. I woke to Noriel shaking me gently, dawn light just beginning to creep through my windows. It's time, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Not Miss Ashbourne anymore. Today, that title will become official. Today, I will become queen. My stomach twisted with nerves and anticipation. What time is it? 4 in the morning. The ceremony begins at noon, but we have much to prepare. She pulled back the curtains, revealing a sky painted in shades of rose and gold. The entire kingdom has gathered to witness your coronation. Every pack alpha, every noble house, representatives from territories as far as the eastern seas. How many people? Over 1,000 in the Great Hall alone. Thousands more in the courtyards and streets. She turned to face me, her expression serious. This is the most important moment of your life, Serenya. Everything you've worked for, everything you've survived, it all leads to today. I rose from bed, my legs unsteady. Is Darius awake? His Majesty has been awake since midnight. He's been preparing the ritual chamber.
She paused.
He asked me to tell you that everything is ready. When you're crowned, when you speak the words Master Evander taught you, your wolf will awaken. If it worked, if I was strong enough, if I didn't fail in front of the entire kingdom, no pressure. Let's begin, I said. The next 8 hours were a blur of ritual preparation. Attendants bathed me in water blessed by the moon goddess, using sacred herbs that made my skin tingle. They dressed me in undergarments made of silk so fine it felt like wearing air, then began the slow process of constructing my coronation ensemble. The gown Darius had commissioned was a masterpiece. Midnight blue silk formed the base, flowing from my shoulders to pool on the floor in a train that stretched 10 feet behind me. But it was the embroidery that took my breath away, silver wolves running across the fabric, so intricately detailed they seemed alive. And woven throughout, barely visible unless you knew to look for them, were ancient symbols. Protection.
Power. Truth.
The king designed it himself, the head seamstress said as she made final adjustments. Every symbol, every detail. He said it should tell your story, who you were, who you are, who you're becoming. I stared at my reflection, barely recognizing the woman looking back. She was regal, powerful, otherworldly. She looked like a queen from legends. She looked like someone who could save a kingdom, or destroy it. They styled my hair into an elaborate arrangement of braids and twists, leaving some loose to frame my face. Fresh mountain flowers were woven throughout, white for purity, blue for wisdom, silver for the moon. The crown will rest here. Noriel indicated where the elaborate hairstyle peaked. Queen Varia's crown was delicate, feminine. Yours is different. She showed me a sketch. My crown wasn't a dainty circlet like the one I'd worn briefly during the blood rite. This was a statement, a silver coronet that rose to sharp points, each tip shaped like a wolf's fang. Ancient symbols were etched along its surface, and at the center, a large moonstone that seemed to glow with inner light. It's fierce, I breathed. It's you. Noriel smiled. The king said you needed a crown that wouldn't let anyone forget you're dangerous. As noon approached, nerves gave way to cold clarity. This was it. The moment everything changed. A knock at the door. Your Majesty, it's time. The walk to the great hall felt eternal. Guards lined the corridors. Commander Ridian had tripled security, citing the size of the crowd and potential threats. But I knew the real reason. Darius had told him about my vision, about the possibility of dark magic at court. Ridian didn't fully believe it yet, but he was too good a soldier to ignore potential danger. Music swelled as we approached the great hall. Ancient hymns sung in the old language, their meaning felt more than understood. The doors swung open, and I stepped into history. The great hall was packed. Nobles in their finest clothes, alphas from every territory, representatives from allied kingdoms. And in the front rows, my family. My father looked uncomfortable in formal robes, my mother dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief that probably cost more than most wolves earned in a year. Mireia, radiant beside Theron, her expression a complex mix of pride and pain. And scattered throughout the crowd, Iskira and her allies. Watching, waiting. At the far end of the hall, on a raised dais, Darius waited. He wore full ceremonial armor, black leather and silver chainmail, a cape of midnight blue that matched my gown. The king's crown sat heavy on his silver hair. He looked every inch the warrior king, untouchable and absolute. But when our eyes met, something softened in his expression. Pride, maybe, or recognition. We were both about to become something new today. I walked down the aisle, head high, spine straight, feeling 1,000 pairs of eyes tracking my movement. The train of my gown whispered against stone floors. The flowers in my hair perfumed the air with mountain freshness. When I reached the dais, Darius extended his hand. I took it, and together we climbed the steps to stand before the throne. Elder Silpha waited there, ancient and knowing, holding my crown on a velvet cushion. We gather today, her voice carried through the hall, to crown our queen, to witness the joining of the king and queen, the completion of the royal bond, the strengthening of our kingdom. She turned to me. Serenya Ashbourne, you have passed the blood rite. You have proven your lineage, your spirit, and your purpose. Do you now swear to serve this kingdom? To protect its people? To uphold its laws and traditions? I do. Do you swear loyalty to your king? To stand beside him in times of peace and war? To be his counsel, his partner, his equal in all things? I do. Do you swear to speak the truth, even when the truth is dangerous? To act with wisdom, even when wisdom demands sacrifice? To be a queen worthy of the crown you're about to receive? This was it. The moment Master Evander had described. The ritual of recognition began not with the crown touching my head, but with my accepting what I was. I took a deep breath and spoke words that would change everything. I swear all of this, but I swear something more. My voice rang out, clear and strong. I swear to be exactly what I am, without apology or shame. I am an ancient, carrying bloodline power that predates this kingdom. I am a seer, blessed with vision that pierces truth from lies. I am Omega and more than Omega, broken and more than whole. Gasps rippled through the crowd. I do not apologize for my differences. I claim them. I do not hide my power. I wield it. I met Darius's eyes, saw approval blazing there. I am Serenya, and I am enough. I have always had enough. The words weren't just for the crowd. They were for me. For every year I'd spent believing I was less than, broken, insufficient. I was claiming myself. All by myself. The parts I'd been taught to hide, the power I'd been afraid to touch, the truth I'd been denying. And deep inside, something stirred. My wolf. The one that had slept for 23 years, waiting for this moment. It woke me up. Power exploded through me like lightning. I gasped, feeling my body shift, not into wolf form, not yet, but something changing at a fundamental level. My senses sharpened. I could hear every heartbeat in the hall, smell emotions like colors, feel the silver threads of magic connecting everything. And my eyes, I knew without seeing that they were glowing. Silver gold, the color of ancient power awakening. The wolf recognizes its mistress. Elder Silpha breathed. The ancient bloodline awakens. She lifted the crown from its cushion. Kneel, Serenya Ashbourne. Rise, Serenya Thorncrest. Rise, Queen of the Northern Territories. I knelt, feeling power coursing through my veins like molten silver. The crown touched my head. The world exploded. Visions slammed into me, not one, but hundreds all at once. Past, I saw the first wolves, walking beside the moon goddess herself in times before memory. Saw them granted the gift of shifting, of running wild beneath endless skies. Saw the ancients arise, those who carried the goddess's own power in their blood. Present, I felt every wolf in the kingdom, their hearts beating in rhythm with mine. Felt their fears, their hopes, their dreams. Felt the bonds connecting packs, the silver threads of loyalty and love and blood that made them more than individuals. Future, I saw.
War.
Just as I'd seen before, but clearer now, more detailed. Iskira standing over Darius's body, her eyes glowing purple, dark magic writhing around her like a living shadow. The kingdom burning. My family is dying. But I saw something else too. Another path. Another future. Me, standing with my wolf beside me, a magnificent creature of silver and shadow, ancient power made manifest. Fighting beside Darius, protecting the kingdom, stopping the corruption before it spread. Two futures. Two paths. And the choice of which one became real rested with me. The visions released me. I gasped, sagging forward. Darius caught me, his hand steady on my back. I've got you, he murmured. Stay with me. The crown sat heavy on my head, its weight somehow anchoring me to reality. I straightened, forcing strength into my limbs. Elder Silpha was staring at me with something like awe. What did you see? Everything. My voice came out rough, changed, past, present, future. All of it at once. The crown amplified your seer abilities, just as the text predicted. She turned to address the crowd. Behold your queen, marked by the moon goddess, blessed with ancient power, gifted with sight beyond mortal ken. The crowd erupted, some in celebration, others in fear. I heard the whispers. Her eyes are glowing. Is that normal? What is she? She's magnificent. She's terrifying.
Both.
Always both. I stood, Darius rising with me, his hand finding mine. Together, we faced the kingdom. I present to you. Darius's voice cut through the chaos. Queen Serenya Thorncrest. My wife, my partner, your sovereign. You will give her the respect and loyalty you give me, or you will answer for your disrespect. The crowd knelt. 1,000 wolves bowing to their queen. All except one. Iskira remained standing, her violet eyes locked on mine with naked hatred. And in that moment, through my seer vision, I saw it. The truth I'd been searching for. Dark magic writhed beneath her skin like shadow made flesh. Her eyes flickered, just for an instant, with that telltale purple glow. And around her, invisible to normal sight, but clear as day to my ancient enhanced vision, corrupted energy spread like poison. She'd already started. The corruption was already underway. We were out of time. Our eyes met across the hall, and I knew she saw my recognition. Knew I'd discovered her secret. Her smile was cold, calculating. A promise of war. I smiled back. Let her see my power. Let her understand what she was facing. The Omega she'd tried to destroy was gone. In her place stood a queen with ancient power, seer sight, and a wolf that had waited 23 years to hunt. The game had changed, and I was done playing defense. The coronation feast that followed was a carefully orchestrated performance. I smiled, accepted congratulations, pretended everything was fine while my mind raced with what I'd seen. Iskira had dark magic. She'd already begun corrupting wolves. I could sense them now, scattered through the crowd. Not many yet, maybe a dozen, but enough to cause chaos if they struck. "You're distracted," Darius murmured during the third course. "What did you see?" "Iskira. She's already started the corruption. There are corrupted wolves here in this room." I took a sip of wine to hide my lips moving. "We need to act. Now." "How many?" 12 that I can sense. Maybe I'm not skilled enough to detect yet. His expression didn't change, but I felt him tense beside me. "We can't arrest them without proof." The court would see it as paranoia, as a new queen abusing her power. "Then we don't arrest them. We watch them, track them, see where they lead us. One of them will make a mistake, contact Iskira, and reveal the network." I smiled at a passing noble, my face a mask of serene happiness. "But Darius? We're out of time. Whatever she's planning, it's coming soon." "How soon?" "I don't know. The future shifts every time someone makes a choice. But soon. Days, maybe. Not weeks." He was quiet for a moment, then nodded. "I'll have Rydian put surveillance on Iskira and anyone she associates with. Subtle. Invisible. She won't know she's being watched."
Good.
"And I need to learn to control this." I touched my temple, where the seer visions pulsed. The crown amplified everything. "I'm seeing too much, all at once. I need to learn to filter it, or I'll go mad." "Master Evander can help." "And Serenya?" His hand found mine under the table. "You were magnificent today. The ritual of recognition, the awakening, the way you faced that crowd. You were everything I knew you could be." I was terrified. "I know. But you didn't show it. That's what makes you dangerous." He raised his wine glass. "To my queen. May she be as ruthless as she is brilliant. To survive," I corrected, "and to do whatever's necessary to protect what's ours." We drank, and I tasted the future on my tongue, blood and magic and hard choices that would haunt me forever. But I'd made my decision the moment that crown touched my head. I would do whatever it took. Whatever it took. Late that night, after the feast ended and nobles stumbled to their quarters drunk on wine and celebration, I stood in my chambers staring at my reflection. The crown sat on a stand beside me, glowing faintly with moonlight. My gown had been replaced by a simple robe. My hair hung loose around my shoulders, but my eyes still glowed with that silver gold light. Ancient power that wouldn't fade. A knock at the door. "Serenya?" "It's me. Mireia." I opened the door to find my twin standing there in her nightgown, her face streaked with tears. "I saw what happened today," she whispered. "The way you changed, the power that woke you. Ellie, what are you becoming?" "Something I should have been all along." I stepped aside, letting her enter. "I'm sorry you had to see it like that. I know it was shocking." "Shocking?" She laughed, the sound bitter. "Ellie, you glowed. Your eyes turned silver. Everyone felt your power when it awakened. It was like standing next to lightning." She grabbed my hands. "What's happening to you?" "I'm becoming what I was always meant to be. An ancient. A seer. A queen." I squeezed her fingers. "I'm finally accepting what I am instead of apologizing for it." "But you looked so different up there. So hard. Cold. Like you'd stopped being my sister and become something else entirely." The accusation stung because it was partly true. I had changed. It was still changing. "Mireia, I'm still me. But I can't be the girl you remember anymore." She was weak, broken, afraid. "The world needs someone stronger now." "I don't want someone stronger. I want my sister back." Her voice broke. The one who used to read to me when I had nightmares. Who braided my hair before pack gatherings. Who was my best friend before everything got complicated. That girl is still here. But she's wearing a crown now. And she has responsibilities that matter more than comfort or familiarity. More than family? The question hung between us, painful and impossible. Family is what you make it, I said carefully. Blood doesn't guarantee loyalty or love. I've learned that these past weeks. Is that why you barely looked at us during the ceremony? Why didn't you even smile when Mother was crying with pride? Her voice hardened. You've become exactly what they feared. Cold, ambitious, ruthless. Just like him. Like Darius? I pull my hands from hers. He's not what you think, Maria. He's been more honest with me, more respectful, more supportive than our family ever was. He's using you. No more than I'm using him. That's what partnership is, mutual benefit. Partnership isn't love, Ellie. And I see the way you look at him, the way you stand together. You're falling for him, but he'll never love you back. He's still mourning his dead mate. The words cut deeper than they should have. Probably because part of me feared they were true. What Darius and I have is more solid than love. It's respect, trust, shared purpose. That won't fade the way romantic feelings do. You're lying to yourself. She moved toward the door. And when you finally admit it, when you realize you've sacrificed everything, your family, your home, your heart, for a crown and a king who will never truly be yours, I hope it was worth it. She left before I could respond. I stood alone in my chambers, feeling the weight of the crown even though it wasn't on my head anymore. Mireia was wrong. She had to be wrong. What Darius and I had was real. More real than the phantom bond that still occasionally twisted in my chest when Theron was near. More real than my family's conditional love. Wasn't it? Through the window, I saw lights still burning in Darius's chambers across the courtyard. He was awake too, probably planning our next moves against Askira. We were partners. Allies. Two damaged people who'd found something functional in each other's company. That was enough. It had to be enough. Because I'd given up everything else for this. And if Mireia was right, if I'd traded my humanity for power, my heart for a crown, then what was I becoming? The moon goddess's weapon? Or just another monster wearing royal robes? I touched my reflection in the mirror, watching my glowing eyes track the movement. Tomorrow, I'd begin hunting Askira and her corrupted wolves. Tomorrow, I'd start the war I'd been seeing in visions. But tonight, I was just Serenya, 23 years old, wearing a crown that felt too heavy, wondering if I'd made the right choice. Wondering if there ever was a right choice. Or just the one I could live with. Chapter 10. The Hunter Becomes Prey. 3 days after my coronation, the first body was found. A young guard named Selim. Not my brother, but the coincidence of the name made my blood run cold, was discovered at dawn in the lower courtyards. His throat had been torn out by claws, but that wasn't what made Commander Rydian summon me and Darius to the scene before most of the palace had woken. It was his eyes. They were open, staring sightlessly at the sky, and even in death, they glowed with faint purple light. Shadow touched, I whispered, crouching beside the body. Through my seer vision, I could see residual dark magic clinging to his corpse like oil on water. He was one of the corrupted. You're certain? Rydian asked, his scarred face grim. Look at his eyes. That purple glow, it's the mark of corruption. I stood, scanning the courtyard. But he didn't die from the corruption. Someone killed him. Someone who knew what he was. Who would know besides us? Darius asked quietly. Askira. She'd know if one of her puppets was compromised. I followed the trail of disturbed dirt, the scent of violence still hanging in the air. My newly awakened senses picked up details I would have missed before. She killed him to keep him from talking, which means he was about to betray her. Or you're jumping to conclusions based on visions and paranoia, a voice said from behind us. I turned to find Lord Xavian approaching, his expression skeptical. Your Majesty, Commander. I heard there was an incident. A murder, Rydian corrected. One of my guards. Xavian studied the body, his nose wrinkling at the sight of the glowing eyes. What happened to him? I've never seen anything like that. This was the moment. I could tell Xavian the truth about the corruption and try to convince him of the threat. Or I could stay silent, keep our suspicions quiet until we had more proof. Darius caught my eye, giving me the slightest shake of his head. Not yet. We don't know. I lied smoothly. But we'll investigate thoroughly. Commander, have the body moved to the medical wing. Quietly. I don't want panic spreading through the court. Your Majesty. Rydian hesitated. If there's a threat to palace security, then we'll handle it discreetly. I met his eyes. Trust me, Commander. Sometimes the most dangerous threats are the ones we can't see clearly yet. Understanding flickered in his expression. He'd been a soldier long enough to recognize when his sovereigns were keeping secrets for strategic reasons. After they left with the body, I turned to Darius. We need to move faster. Iskira's cleaning up loose ends. That guard probably got cold feet, decided to confess. She killed him before he could. Or he was attacked by a wolf and the corruption just happens to glow after death. Darius ran a hand through his hair, frustrated. Serenya, I believe you. But we still don't have concrete proof that Iskira is behind this. Purple eyes could be a disease, a poison, anything. You know it's not. I know. But the council won't. Xavian won't. We need evidence they can't deny. He glanced around the courtyard, ensuring we were alone. What does your sight tell you? Can you see who killed him? I closed my eyes, reaching for the seer vision that had awakened with my coronation. It was still wild, untamed, showing me too much and not enough in equal measure. But when I focused on the body's location, images began to form. Darkness. A figure in a hooded cloak approaching the guard. Words exchanged. The guard looked terrified, pleading. Then the figure's hand shot out, claws extending, throat torn open in one brutal motion. The guard fell, purple light fading from his eyes as death took him. The figure lowered their hood. Red hair. Sharp features. Lady Thressa, one of Iskira's closest allies. I gasped, the vision releasing me so suddenly I stumbled. Darius caught me, his hand steady on my arms. What did you see? Lady Thressa. She killed him on Iskira's orders. I gripped his shoulders. Darius, she's moving faster than we thought. Killing her own people to cover her tracks. We're running out of time. Then we set a trap. His gold eyes hardened with determination. If Thressa killed one corrupted wolf, she'll kill others who show signs of betraying Iskira. We just need to create an opportunity. She can't resist. What kind of opportunity? A cold smile crossed his face. We make her think one of the corrupted is about to confess. Set up a meeting, make it look like he's going to reveal everything to the crown. Thressa will try to silence him before he can talk. And we'll be waiting to catch her in the act. Exactly. He released me, his strategic mind already working through the details. But we'll need bait. Someone who can convincingly play a corrupted wolf having second thoughts. I'll do it, I said immediately. Absolutely not. Darius, I'm the only one who can sense the corruption. I can mimic it, make it look like I'm shadow-touched. You're the queen. I'm not dangling you as bait for assassins. His voice was absolute. We'll find another way. There is no other way. We need to catch Thressa in the act, get her to confess about Iskira's involvement. I'm the only one who can make this work. I stepped closer, lowering my voice. You said you chose me because I could do things others couldn't. Trust that choice. Trust me. He stared at me for a long moment, conflict warring in his expression. Finally, if we do this, we do it my way. Full security, guards hidden everywhere, me close enough to intervene if things go wrong. Agreed. And Serenya? His hand cupped my face, thumb brushing my cheekbone. If anything happens to you, if this goes sideways and you're hurt, I will burn this entire kingdom to the ground to get revenge. Do you understand? The intensity in his voice made my breath catch. This wasn't political concern or strategic calculation. This was something raw and real and terrifying in its honesty. I understand, I whispered. Good. He dropped his hand, his mask of control sliding back into place. Then let's hunt some traitors. We spent the rest of the day preparing. Ridian was brought into the plan, minimal details, just enough to coordinate security. Master Evander helped me understand how to project the appearance of corruption, using ancient magic to mimic the purple glow without actually being tainted. This is incredibly dangerous, he fretted, pacing his archive. If you channel dark magic even to mimic it, there's a risk of actual corruption. The line between pretending and becoming is razor thin. I'll be careful. Will you? Because from where I'm standing, you're a newly awakened ancient with barely controlled seer abilities, trying to impersonate something that destroys souls. This is madness. This is necessary. I practiced the technique he'd shown me, feeling dark energy coat my skin like oil. Master Evander, if we don't stop Iskira now, she'll corrupt half the kingdom before anyone realizes the threat is real. And if you become corrupted yourself? If the magic takes hold and we lose you to shadow, then Darius will do what needs to be done. I met his eyes. He's good at hard choices. The old scholar sighed. You're as stubborn as the last ancient I studied. She ended up changing the course of history. Did she survive it? Barely. But yes, she survived. He handed me a vial of silver liquid. This is purified moonwater. If you feel the corruption taking hold, drink it immediately. It will burn the darkness out of you. Painfully, but effectively. I tucked the vial into my bodice. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. If this works, you'll have started a war. If it doesn't, you'll be dead or corrupted. Neither outcome is particularly comforting. The trap was set for midnight in the old chapel, the same place where Darius and I had our midnight wedding weeks ago. Poetic, in a twisted way. Ridian's guards were hidden throughout the building, positioned where they could intervene instantly, but remain invisible until needed. Darius himself waited in the confessional, close enough to act but concealed from view. And I stood in the center of the chapel, projecting corruption magic until my skin crawled with its wrongness. The purple glow in my eyes was perfect. Sickening but perfect. Right on schedule. The door creaked open. Lady Thressa entered, her red hair catching moonlight streaming through stained glass windows. She wore dark traveling clothes, a hood pulled low. In her hand, she carried a silver blade. The same blade that had killed the guard this morning. You asked to meet, she said, her voice carefully neutral. Said you had information about the corruption. I do. I let my voice shake, playing the part of a terrified soldier who'd gotten in over his head. I can't do this anymore. The thing she's making us do, it's wrong. It's evil. Who's making you do things? Thressa moved closer, her eyes assessing. Speak plainly. Lady Iskira. She gave me the corruption magic and said it would make me strong.
But it's killing me.
Eating away at my humanity. I touched my glowing eyes. I want out. I want to confess to the king and queen. Ask for mercy. But I needed to tell someone first, someone who'd understand. Oh, you poor fool. Thressa's expression shifted from neutral to pitying. Did you really think I'd help you betray her? That I'd let you confess and destroy everything we've built? You're corrupted too? We're all corrupted, you idiot. The entire inner circle. Iskira has been building this network for months, carefully selecting wolves who want power badly enough to accept shadow magic. She twirled the silver blade. And we can't have weak links. Can't have cowards who get cold feet and run to the crown. So you kill them. Clean up Iskira's mistakes. I eliminate threats to our cause. She lunged, the blade aimed at my throat. I dodged, my ancient reflexes faster than any normal wolf. The blade whistled past my ear, and Thressa's eyes widened with surprise. You're faster than you should be. Because I'm not actually corrupted. I let the purple glow fade from my eyes, revealing the silver gold of ancient power beneath. I'm your queen, and you just confessed to murder and conspiracy. Understanding and horror crossed her face in equal measure. This was a trap. Guards exploded from their hiding places, surrounding her. Ridian himself moved to disarm her, his massive hand closing around her wrist with crushing force. Lady Thressa. Darius emerged from the confessional, his voice cold as winter. You're under arrest for murder, conspiracy, and treason. Take her to the dungeons. Wait. Thressa struggled against Rydian's grip. You don't understand. Iskira will kill me. She'll kill everyone who knows. You can't protect me from her. Then tell us everything, I said. Every detail about her plans, every name of the corrupt, every piece of information you have. Cooperate fully, and we'll protect you. She'll find a way. She always finds a way. But fear was overriding her loyalty. The corruption ceremony, it happens during the full moon.
3 days from now.
She's planning to corrupt 20 more wolves, building her army before you can stop her. Where? The old temple in the eastern woods. The one that's been abandoned for centuries. Thressa's voice dropped to a whisper. Your Majesty, she's more powerful than you realize. The dark magic she wields, it's not just corruption. She's been studying it for years, preparing for this. She wants to overthrow the crown, rule through shadow and fear. She won't get the chance. Darius nodded to Rydian. Take her away. Full guard, isolation cell. No contact with anyone except myself and the Queen. As they dragged Thressa away, her confession echoing off stone walls, I felt the weight of what we'd just uncovered. 3 days until Iskira's next move. 3 days to prepare for a confrontation that would determine the kingdom's fate. 3 days to become the weapon I'd been marked as. Darius moved to my side. You were right. About all of it. I wish I'd been wrong. So, do I. He studied my face. That corruption magic you channeled. How do you feel? Any effects? I considered lying, but we'd promised honesty. It felt tempting. Like power I could take if I wanted it. Master Evander warned me the line between mimicking and becoming is thin. Then we'll be careful. No more using corruption magic, even as a disguise. His hand found mine, warm and solid. Serenya, what you did tonight was brave and brilliant. But don't ever scare me like that again. Can't promise that. We still have to stop Iskira. We will. Together. He pulled me closer, and for a moment, we just stood there in the moonlit chapel where we'd married, where we just captured a murderer, where everything kept changing and shifting and becoming more complicated. Darius, I said quietly. My sister said something after the coronation. She said you could never love me, because you're still mourning Varia. He stiffened. What do you want me to say to that? The truth. Always the truth. He was quiet for so long I thought he wouldn't answer. Then, I did love Varia. Completely, devastatingly. And when she died, I promised myself I'd never be that vulnerable again. That I'd never give someone that much power over me. And now I'm terrified. The admission came out rough, raw. Because somewhere between offering you a political marriage and crowning you my queen, things changed. You're not just my strategic partner anymore, Serenya.
You're more.
And I don't know what to do with that. My heart stuttered. More how? More in ways I can't define yet. In ways that scare me, because I thought I was done with this. Done with feeling anything beyond duty and control. His gold eyes met mine. But watching you in that courtyard this morning, knowing someone had died, and you might be next. Watching you bait Thressa tonight, putting yourself in danger. I realized I care what happens to you. Not just as my queen or my seer. As you. That's not love, I said, even as hope fluttered dangerously in my chest.
No.
Not yet. Maybe never. He touched my face, gentle despite his words. But it's something. And it's more than I thought I'd ever feel again. So, whatever your sister said, however she tried to make you doubt, don't. What we're building is real, even if it doesn't look like traditional romance. Real enough. Real enough to matter. Real enough to fight for. He pulled back, his mask of control sliding into place. But right now, we have a war to prepare for. Thressa's confession gave us 3 days to stop Iskira. We can't waste them. He was right. There'd be time later to figure out what we were to each other, what this strange partnership was becoming. If we survived. What's the plan?
I asked.
We raid the temple during the corruption ceremony. Catch her in the act with witnesses who can't deny what they're seeing. Arrest her, try her for treason, eliminate her before she can corrupt more wolves. She'll be expecting that. She knows Thressa was compromised now. Then we'll have to be faster, smarter, more ruthless than she anticipates. His smile was sharp. Good thing we have a queen who specializes in being underestimated. The next 3 days were a blur of preparation. We assembled a strike force, Rydian's most trusted warriors, plus volunteers from houses we knew weren't compromised. I spent hours with Master Evander, learning to control my seer abilities enough to track corrupted wolves and identify threats. And I trained with my wolf. The ancient power that had awakened during my coronation was still raw, untested. I couldn't shift fully yet. That required time and practice I didn't have. But I could access fragments of wolf strength, enhanced senses, and speed that made me faster than any normal human. It would have to be enough. On the third night, as the full moon rose over the mountains, we rode for the eastern woods. 50 wolves, the best fighters in the northern territories, followed their queen and king into battle against an enemy most of them didn't fully understand yet. They'll see tonight, Darius said as we rode. When we reach that temple, they witness the corruption ceremony. They'll understand why we've been preparing for war. And if they panic, does seeing shadow-touched wolves break their courage? Then we'll hold the line ourselves until they find it again. He glanced at me. Ready for this? I thought about everything that had led to this moment. Being dismissed by my family, watching my sister marry my mate, agreeing to a political marriage with a stranger, learning I was a seer, discovering my ancient blood, claiming a crown. All of it had been preparing me for this night, for becoming the weapon the moon goddess had marked me as. I'm ready, I said. The temple loomed ahead, ancient stone covered in vines, moonlight painting everything in shades of silver and shadow. And from inside, I could hear chanting, dark words in a language that made my ancient blood recoil. The corruption ceremony had already begun. We dismounted silently, approaching on foot. Through the broken windows, I could see figures gathered around a central altar. 20 wolves knelt in a circle, and standing at the center, Iskira, but transformed. Her violet eyes glowed with purple light, and shadow magic writhed around her like living darkness. She held a ceremonial blade, speaking words that twisted reality itself. On my signal, Darius whispered to Rydian. We hit them fast and hard. Priority is stopping the ceremony before the corruption takes hold. And Iskira? Rydian asked. Mine, I said. My ancient power surged, responding to the dark magic polluting the temple. She's mine. Darius looked like he wanted to argue, but nodded. Just don't die. I'd hate to have to burn down the kingdom for revenge. I'll try to restrain myself. He smiled, quick and fierce, and full of something I couldn't name. Then he raised his hand.
Now.
We burst through the temple doors, and the war I'd been seeing in visions finally began. Chapter 11. Silver and Shadow. Chaos erupted the moment we crossed the threshold. The corrupted wolves, those already marked by Iskira's shadow magic, turned as one, their eyes blazing purple in the moonlight. The 20 kneeling wolves in the ceremony circle looked up in confusion, caught mid-transformation. Some of their eyes had already begun to glow. We were almost too late. Stop them. Iskira's voice rang out, layered with unnatural power. Kill anyone who interferes. The corrupted wolves attacked. I'd seen combat before, watched training sessions, studied pack warfare in books. But nothing had prepared me for the reality of it. The violence, the speed, the way bodies collided with sounds like thunder. Rydian's warriors met the corrupted head-on, silver weapons flashing. The clash of wolf against wolf filled the temple, accompanied by snarls and screams that echoed off ancient stone. Protect the ceremony circle, Darius shouted, cutting down a corrupted wolf that lunged for him. Don't let Iskira complete the ritual. I pushed through the melee, my ancient senses tracking Iskira's location. She stood at the altar, still chanting, the shadow magic around her growing darker, more solid. The 20 wolves in the circle writhed as corruption spread through their bodies like poison. Stop her. Stop the ceremony. Save them before it's too late. A corrupted wolf blocked my path. Massive, his features twisted by dark magic until he barely looked human anymore. His claws extended, dripping with something black and viscous. Little queen, he snarled. You shouldn't have come here. Neither should you. I let my ancient power surge, silver light blazing from my eyes. But here we are.
He lunged.
I dodged, faster than I'd thought possible, my partially awakened wolf giving me speed and grace I'd never possessed before. His claws raked empty air, where I'd been standing. I grabbed a fallen warrior's silver sword, heavier than I was used to, but my enhanced strength made it manageable. When he turned for another attack, I was ready. The blade caught him across the chest, silver burning through corrupted flesh. He howled, stumbling back, and I pressed my advantage. A second strike, this one aimed at his throat. He fell, purple light fading from his eyes as death claimed him. I stared at the body, at the blood on my hands, feeling something inside me shift. I'd just killed someone. Not in a vision. Not in theory. Actually, I took a life. Serenya. Darius's voice cut through my shock. The ritual. She's completing it. I looked up to see Iskira raising the ceremonial blade, its edge glowing with dark energy. The 20 wolves in the circle screamed as shadow magic poured into them, forcing the corruption to take hold. No! I ran toward the altar, pushing through the fighting, my sword cutting down anyone who tried to stop me. But I was too slow. Too late. Iskira brought the blade down, slamming it into the altar's center. Dark energy exploded outward in a wave of purple light, slamming into the 20 wolves. Their screams intensified, pain and transformation mixing into something horrible. I watched their eyes change, watched corruption consume what they'd been and replace it with shadow. When the light faded, 20 new shadow touch stood where 20 normal wolves had knelt. And they all turned to look at me. Kill the queen, Iskira commanded, her voice echoing with unnatural power. Bring me her heart. The 20 corrupted wolves charged. Serenya, run. Darius fought his way toward me, cutting down corrupted wolves with brutal efficiency. But he was too far away, surrounded by enemies. I couldn't run. If I ran, they'd pursue, and might kill others in the process. And I was queen now. Queens didn't run from battles. Queens fought. I raised my sword, feeling ancient power surge through my veins like liquid silver. My partially awakened wolf rose to meet the threat, lending me strength I'd never imagined possessing. The first corrupted wolf reached me. I ducked under his claws, drove my sword up through his ribs. Silver met shadow, burning away corruption, and he fell. The second came from the left. I spun, bringing the blade around in an arc that caught her across the throat. She went down in a spray of black blood. But there were 18 more, and I was tired. Serenya. A familiar voice cut through the chaos. I looked up to see Theron fighting his way toward me, his wolf form magnificent and deadly. Mireia ran beside him in her silver wolf form, her jaws stained with corrupted blood. My family had followed us to the temple. What are you doing here? I shouted as Theron shifted back to human form beside me, his claws still extended. Saving your stupid life. He grabbed a fallen spear, using it to impale a corrupted wolf that got too close. Did you really think we'd let you face this alone? You should have stayed at the palace. And let our sister die. Mireia's voice came from her wolf form, layered with pack magic that let her speak. Not a chance. 3 more corrupted wolves attacked. Together, we held them off. Theron's combat experience, Mireia's raw strength, and my ancient enhanced abilities combining into something formidable. But we were still outnumbered. Still losing ground as more corrupted wolves poured in from outside the temple. Iskira had been building her army for months. We'd interrupted one ceremony, but she had dozens more shadow-touched waiting. We were going to lose. Darius. I called out, searching for him through the chaos. We need to retreat.
No.
His voice was absolute. We end this now. If we run, she'll just keep corrupting more wolves. This stops tonight.
How?
We're outnumbered 3-1. Then we change the odds. He fought his way to the altar where Iskira stood watching the battle with cruel satisfaction. I challenge you, Iskira of House Thornwick, under the trial of silver. Single combat for the crown. The temple went silent. Even the corrupted wolves paused, ancient pack law overriding their orders. The trial of silver was sacred. No one could interfere once it was invoked. Iskira smiled, slow and vicious. You would challenge me? Now, when will I have power beyond anything you can imagine? I will end you. Darius stood at the base of the altar, blood-stained but unbowed. Single combat. You win, you take the crown. I win, your corruption ends and your followers surrender. And if I refuse? Then you prove you're a coward who hides behind corrupted wolves instead of fighting for what you want. Her smile widened. Very well. I accept your challenge. But when I tear out your throat, your little queen watches. I want her to see what happens to those who oppose me. She descended from the altar, shadow magic writhing around her like armor. Even from across the temple, I could feel the power radiating from her, dark, ancient, wrong. Darius didn't stand a chance against that.
No.
I pushed through the crowd, ignoring Theron's attempt to hold me back. Darius, you can't. I can, and I will. He didn't look at me, his eyes locked on Iskira. This is why I'm king, Serenya. To face threats that would destroy my kingdom. To sacrifice myself if necessary. There has to be another way. There isn't. He finally turned, and the look in his gold eyes made my heart stop. You're the weapon, remember? The one marked by the moon goddess to defend this kingdom. But I'm the shield. And shields break so others can survive. Darius. If I fall, you take the crown. You rule in my place. And you destroy every last corrupted wolf in this kingdom. His hand found mine, squeezed once. Promise me. Tears burned my eyes. I promise. Good. He released my hand, turning back to Iskira. Then let's finish this. The trial of silver began. They circled each other, predator and prey, though I couldn't tell which was which. Iskira moved with unnatural grace, shadow magic making her faster, stronger than any normal wolf. Darius relied on skill and experience, decades of combat honed into deadly precision. They collided. Claws met claws, shadows met silver. They moved so fast I could barely track them, two forces of nature destroying each other. Iskira struck first, her claws raking across Darius's side. Blood bloomed, dark and red. He grunted but didn't slow, his own claws finding her shoulder. Shadow magic hissed where his silver claws touched her corrupted flesh. Back and forth they fought, neither giving ground. The temple shook with the force of their battle, ancient stones cracking under the pressure of colliding powers. But slowly, inevitably, Darius began to lose. Shadow magic was too strong, too overwhelming. For every wound he inflicted, Iskira healed instantly. But his own wounds accumulated, slowing him down. Darius. I screamed as Iskira's claws caught him across the chest, opening wounds so deep I could see bone. He fell to one knee, blood pooling beneath him. Pathetic, Iskira hissed. You thought you could challenge me? You thought your strength was enough. She raised her claws for the killing blow. Your kingdom is mine now. And I'll start by making your queen watch you die. Time seemed to slow. I saw Iskira's claws descending. Saw Darius, wounded and dying, unable to defend himself. I saw the future I'd been trying to prevent, the kingdom burning, everyone I loved dead, darkness consuming everything. And I made a choice. I ran forward, throwing myself between Iskira and Darius just as her claws struck. Pain exploded through my body as her claws tore into my chest. Shadow magic poured into the wounds, burning like acid, corruption trying to take hold. Serenya, Darius's voice, distant and horrified. No, How noble, Iskira purred, her face inches from mine. The little queen, sacrificing herself. You'll make a beautiful shadow touched. My first corrupted ancient. Imagine the power. Imagine this. I gasped and let my ancient power explode. Silver light blazed from my wounds, from my eyes, from every part of me. Ancient magic, pure, primal, blessed by the moon goddess herself, met shadow corruption and burned it away. Iskira screamed, stumbling back as the silver light seared her. Her corruption magic couldn't withstand it, couldn't fight something that predated the shadow itself. Impossible, you can't. I'm an ancient, I said, my voice echoing with power that wasn't quite my own. The moon goddess's presence filled me, using me as her weapon. Shadow has no power over silver. Corruption has no hold on light. I raised my hand, and silver fire erupted from my palm. It spread across the temple like wildfire, seeking out every corrupted wolf, every trace of shadow magic. The corrupted screamed as it touched them, not killing, but purifying, burning away the darkness, freeing them from Iskira's control. 20 shadow touched fell to their knees as corruption left their bodies, their eyes returning to normal. The dozen corrupted warriors who'd attacked us collapsed, freed from the shadow's grip. And Iskira, the silver fire consumed her corruption, stripping away the dark magic she'd accumulated over months of study. She aged rapidly, her body failing as shadow left nothing to sustain it. You were supposed to fail, she gasped, falling to her knees. The visions showed me, the Omega Queen, weak and powerless. You were supposed to fail. I'm not an Omega, I said quietly, walking toward her. I never was. I'm an ancient, and I'm done apologizing for it. The silver fire intensified, and Iskira screamed one last time before the corruption burned away completely. When it faded, she collapsed, alive, but broken, her power gone. The temple fell silent. I stood in the center, silver light still glowing from my wounds, feeling the ancient power slowly recede back into dormancy. My partially awakened wolf settled, satisfied that the threat was eliminated. Serenya. Darius pulled himself to his feet, his wounds already healing with shifter speed. He moved toward me, his expression raw with relief and something deeper. You stopped her. You saved everyone. I did what I had to. I swayed, exhaustion hitting me like a physical blow. The ancient power had taken everything I had. Is it over? It's over. He caught me as my legs gave out, holding me against him. You destroyed the corruption, freed the shadow touched, defeated Iskira. You won. Around us, wolves began to cheer. The warriors who'd followed us here, the corrupted who'd been freed, even my family, all of them celebrating victory. But I felt numb. I'd killed people tonight. Used ancient power I barely understood. Become the weapon I'd been marked as. Darius, I whispered. I'm scared. Of what? Of what I'm becoming. Of how easy it was to destroy her. Of the power I felt when the moon goddess was working through me. I looked up at him. What if I become something worse than what I destroyed? You won't. His hands cupped my face, forcing me to meet his eyes. Because you have something Iskira never did. You have people who love you, who'll pull you back if you go too far. You have me. Darius. I know what I said before, about not being able to love again. But watching you tonight, seeing you sacrifice yourself without hesitation, I realized something. His voice dropped to barely a whisper. I was wrong. I do love you, Serenya. Completely, terrifyingly, in ways I swore I'd never feel again. And if you died tonight. But I didn't. But you could have. And that scared me more than anything else has in 5 years. He pulled me closer. So yes, I love you. Not the way I loved Varia. This is different, fiercer, built on partnership rather than fate. But it's real. And it's yours if you want it. Tears spilled down my cheeks. I want it. I've wanted it since, I don't even know when. Somewhere between the political marriage and the crown, I fell for you too. He kissed me then, not the cold, formal kiss from our wedding, but something real and desperate and alive. I kissed him back, tasting blood and silver fire and the future we'd just fought for. When we pulled apart, the temple was still cheering. But all I could see was him. We have to deal with Iskira, I said reluctantly. And the corrupted wolves who are free now. And all of that can wait until tomorrow. He helped me stand, keeping his arm around my waist. Tonight, we celebrate victory. Tomorrow we rule. Together? Always together. They arrested Iskira, though there wasn't much left to arrest. The removal of her corruption had broken something fundamental. She could barely speak, could barely stand. She'd sacrificed too much of herself to shadow magic, and when it was stripped away, only a shell remained. Take her to the dungeons, I ordered. Full guard, magical restraints. She's to stand trial for treason, murder, and corruption of pack members. What about the wolves she corrupted? Rydian asked. The ones you freed, are they still a threat? I looked at the 20 wolves who'd been mid-ceremony when we'd interrupted. They huddled together, confused and terrified, their eyes normal but haunted.
No.
The corruption is gone completely. The ancient power burned it away without damaging their souls. I approached them slowly. You were victims. Iskira manipulated you, offering power in exchange for loyalty. You didn't know what you were accepting. Your Majesty, one of them, a young woman with dark hair, looked up at me with tears streaming down her face. I remember everything. All the things she made us do. The people we hurt. How can you forgive that? Because you're not responsible for actions taken under corruption. I knelt beside her. But you'll need to work to regain trust. To prove you're committed to serving the kingdom rather than shadow. Can you do that? Yes, Your Majesty. I swear it. The others echoed her vow, their voices mixing into something that sounded like hope. Then consider yourselves under the crown's protection. You'll be monitored, assigned to work details where you can serve the kingdom. But you're not prisoners. You're pack members who need a second chance. It was mercy I hoped I wouldn't regret. As we prepared to return to the palace, Mireia approached me. Her silver gown was torn and blood-stained, her hair coming loose from its elaborate style. She looked nothing like the perfect bride from weeks ago. She looked like a warrior. You saved us, she said quietly. All of us. Including me and Theron. You saved me first. You came to fight when you didn't have to. You're my sister. Of course I came. She pulled me into a fierce hug. I'm sorry for what I said after the coronation. About you becoming cold and ruthless. I was wrong. You're not cold, you're strong. And the kingdom needs that. I'm still scared I'm becoming something monstrous. Then I'll tell you when you go too far. That's what sisters do. She pulled back, smiling through tears. We keep each other honest.
Deal.
Theron stood a few feet away, watching our reunion with an expression I couldn't quite read. When Mireia returned to his side, he caught my eye. The phantom mate bond flickered, weak now, barely noticeable. Whatever power it had held was fading, replaced by the genuine love he'd built with Mireia. Thank you for protecting her, I said. Thank you for saving the kingdom. He paused. And Serenya? I'm sorry. For everything that happened between us. The bond, the confusion, the pain it caused. I wish. Don't. I shook my head. What happened happened.
We can't change it.
But we can move forward. You love Mireia truly now, not just because of the bond. That's what matters. And you love Darius. It wasn't a question. I do, I admitted. Completely. Unexpectedly.
But yes.
Then I'm happy for you. Both of you. He offered his hand. Allies. I took it. Allies. The ride back to the palace took hours. Dawn was breaking by the time we reached Thornstone Keep, painting the mountains in shades of gold and rose. The entire court had gathered in the courtyard, having heard news of the battle. They erupted in cheers when they saw us, their king and queen, bloody and exhausted but victorious. The corruption has been destroyed. Darius announced, his voice carrying across the crowd. Lady Ascara's plot to overthrow the crown has failed. The shadow touches have been freed. The kingdom is safe. More cheers, louder this time. And your queen, Darius continued, turning to me with something like pride in his eyes, proved herself to be everything I knew she could be. Powerful, courageous, ruthless when necessary, merciful when possible. She is the weapon that saved us all. The crowd took up the chant, "Long live Queen Serenya! Long live the ancient queen!" I stood beside Darius, feeling the weight of the crown on my head, the weight of what I'd done tonight, the weight of the future stretching ahead. I'd become the weapon the moon goddess marked me as. Had killed, had fought, had used power that terrified me. But I'd also protected those I loved. Had saved the kingdom. Had proven that strength came in many forms, not just claws and teeth, but ancient magic and strategic thinking and the courage to stand between danger and those who couldn't protect themselves. How does it feel? Darius murmured as we walked toward the palace. Being a hero? Like I need about 12 hours of sleep and a very long bath. I leaned against him, exhaustion finally catching up. And like I have no idea what comes next. What comes next is simple. We rule. We rebuild. We face whatever new threats emerge. His arm tightened around me. Together. Together, I echoed. And despite everything, the blood on my hands, the people I'd killed, the weapon I'd become, I felt something I hadn't felt since leaving my family's territory weeks ago.
Peace.
Not because the threats were gone. There would always be new threats, new challenges, new battles to fight. But because I finally understood what I was fighting for. Not just the kingdom. Not just duty or crown or political necessity. But for the people I loved. For the future we were building. For the chance to prove that strength and mercy could coexist. That power and compassion weren't mutually exclusive. For the hope that an Omega who couldn't shift could still save the world. Chapter 12. The Price of Power. The celebrations lasted 3 days. 3 days of feasting, of nobles congratulating me on saving the kingdom, of warriors recounting the battle in increasingly embellished detail. 3 days of smiling until my face ached, of accepting praise I wasn't sure I deserved. 3 days of avoiding the nightmares that came when I closed my eyes. On the 4th morning, I woke up screaming. The dream was always the same. Iskira's face as the ancient fire consumed her, the corrupted wolves I'd killed, their purple eyes fading to nothing. And underneath it all, the moon goddess's voice. This is what you are now. A weapon. My weapon. There is no going back. Serenya. Darius's arms were around me before I'd fully woken, his voice steady in the darkness. It's just a dream. You're safe. I killed them.
My voice came out broken, raw.
All those corrupted wolves, I burned them with ancient fire. Some of them might have been saved, might have been freed like the others, but I didn't even try. You did what was necessary to stop the corruption from spreading. He pulled me closer, his warmth anchoring me to reality. The wolves you killed were too far gone, Serenya. The ancient fire knew the difference. It freed those who could be saved and destroyed those who couldn't. How can you be sure? Because the moon goddess guided your power. She wouldn't have allowed you to kill innocents. He tilted my face up, forcing me to meet his eyes. You're not a monster. You're a queen who made impossible choices to save her kingdom. It doesn't feel like I saved anything. It feels like I became exactly what everyone feared, something dangerous and uncontrollable. Then you're lucky you have people who'll tell you when you've gone too far. His thumb brushed away the tears on my cheeks. Serenya, I know what it's like to carry the weight of necessary violence. I've made choices that haunt me, killed people who needed killing but who I still see in my nightmares. It doesn't make you a monster. It makes you someone who understands the cost of power. Does it ever get easier?
No.
But you learn to live with it. And you surround yourself with people who remind you why those choices mattered. He pressed a kiss to my forehead. You have me. You have your family, despite everything. You have Noriel and Master Evander and Rydian. We won't let you lose yourself to the darkness. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to trust that I could be both a weapon and a queen, both ruthless and merciful, both powerful and human. But the nightmares suggested otherwise. That afternoon, I had visitors. My mother and father arrived unannounced, requesting a private audience. I met them in the formal reception room where we'd first confronted each other weeks ago. So much has changed since then. I had changed. Serenya. My mother embraced me, and this time, it felt genuine. We heard what happened at the temple. What you did. Darling, we had no idea you possessed such power. Neither did I said carefully, pulling back from her arms. The ancient bloodline awakened during my coronation. Everything since has been unexpected. Ancient bloodline. My father's voice was quiet, troubled. From which parent? The question hung in the air, heavy with implication. The blood rite had revealed mixed lineage, but not which of them carried ancient blood. Does it matter? I asked. It matters to me. My mother's expression was complex, guilt and fear, and something else I couldn't name. Serenya, there's something I need to tell you. Something I should have told you years ago. My stomach dropped. What? She exchanged a glance with my father, who nodded slowly. Then she took a deep breath. Your father, Alpha Ronan, he's not your biological father. The words seemed to echo, bouncing off stone walls, rearranging reality itself. What? I whispered. 24 years ago, I had an affair. Her voice shook. It was brief, just a few weeks, with a traveler who passed through our territory. I thought it meant nothing, that it was just a moment of weakness. But then I discovered I was pregnant with twins. Twins, I repeated numbly. Mireia and me. Mireia is Ronan's daughter. She was conceived a few days before the affair. My mother's eyes filled with tears. But you, Serenya, you're the traveler's child. And I've spent every day since trying to hide that truth. Why? The question came out harder than I'd intended. Why hide it? Why let everyone believe I was broken when the truth was I'm just, what? Half-blood? Not a pure pack. Because the traveler wasn't a normal wolf. My father spoke now, his voice heavy. When your mother finally told me the truth, after you failed to shift at the ceremony, I did some research, tracked down information about this man she'd been with, and I discovered he was an ancient, one of the last of his kind, traveling in secret, hiding what he was. Ancient. I was half ancient. Not Ashborn blood at all, but something older, more powerful. Everything suddenly made sense. Why I couldn't shift, why the blood rite had shown mixed lineage, why my wolf had been dormant until the coronation triggered its awakening. You knew, I said flatly. All these years you knew I wasn't broken, that I was just different because of what I am. And you let me believe I was defective. We were protecting you, my mother said desperately. If anyone had known you carried ancient blood, you would have been hunted, killed or captured by those who fear that power. We thought hiding it, pretending you were just Omega, would keep you safe. Safe. I laughed, the sound bitter. You didn't make me safe. You made me invisible, unimportant, a disappointment. I stood, needing distance from them. Do you have any idea what it's like to spend your entire life believing you're fundamentally broken? That you're less than everyone around you? Serenya, please.
No.
I cut my mother off. You don't get to ask for forgiveness now that I've become useful. Now that my ancient power makes me valuable instead of embarrassing. I moved toward the door. Thank you for finally telling me the truth. But we're done here. Darling, wait. I said we're done. I opened the door, gestured for guards to escort them out. You can return to Ashborn territory. The alliance stands. I won't punish your pack for your choices. But don't come back here. I have nothing more to say to you. My mother looked devastated. My father, the man I'd called father my entire life, just looked old and tired. For what it's worth, he said quietly, I am proud of you, of what you've become. Ronan would have been too. Who's Ronan? Your biological father. The ancient. He pulled a folded letter from his jacket. He left this with your mother. Asked her to give it to you if you ever awakened your power. I think it's time. He set the letter on the table and left with my mother, leaving me alone with a piece of paper that held answers I wasn't sure I wanted. I didn't open the letter immediately. Instead, I found Darius in the council chamber, reviewing reports from the territories about corrupted wolves who'd been freed. He looked up when I entered, concern flickering across his face. What happened? I heard your parents were here. They told me the truth. I collapsed into a chair, suddenly exhausted. About who I really am. Why can't I shift? And I'm not Ashbourne at all. My mother had an affair with an ancient traveler. I'm his daughter, not Alpha Ronan's. They've known for years and kept it secret. Darius was quiet for a long moment. Then, how do you feel? I don't know. Angry? Relieved? Both. I pressed my hands to my face. They let me believe I was broken my entire life. Darius. They could have told me the truth, helped me understand what I was. Instead, they hid it and let me suffer. They were trying to protect you in their own flawed way. Don't defend them. I'm not. What they did was cruel, even if their intentions were good. He moved to kneel beside my chair, taking my hands in his. But Serenya, this doesn't change who you are. You're still you. Still the woman who saved this kingdom, who became queen despite everything, who's trying to navigate impossible circumstances with grace. I'm half ancient. Not even pure pack blood. The court is going to accept it because I'll make them accept it. His voice was absolute. You proved your worth in that temple. No one can question your right to the crown after what you did. Iskira did. Others will too. Then we'll deal with them the same way we dealt with her.
He squeezed my hands.
Serenya, stop looking for reasons why you don't belong here. You've earned this crown 10 times over. Your bloodline doesn't matter. But what if ancient blood makes me dangerous? What if I can't control the power? What if I? Then we'll figure it out. Together. He pulled me to my feet, into his arms. I know you're scared. I know the past few weeks have been overwhelming. But you're not alone in this. You never were. I let myself lean into him, drawing strength from his certainty. My biological father left me a letter. My mother gave it to me today. Have you read it? Not yet. I'm afraid of what it might say. Want me to read it with you? The offer was simple but profound. He was willing to share this moment, to stand beside me as I faced another truth about who I was. Yes, I whispered. Please. We read the letter in his private study, the door locked against interruptions. The handwriting was elegant, precise, the ink slightly faded with age. My biological father had written this over 2 decades ago, knowing he might never meet me, but hoping somehow I'd read it. My daughter, if you're reading this, it means your ancient power has awakened. It means you've survived the dormancy that protects our kind in childhood, and you're ready to understand what you are. I am Aldrich Silverblood, last of the ancient line that once ruled these mountains. I met your mother by chance, a brief connection that should have meant nothing but gave me the greatest gift I could imagine.
You.
I couldn't stay. Being ancient in this age is dangerous. We're hunted by those who fear our power, sought by those who'd use it. I travel constantly, hiding what I am, never settling long enough to be caught. But I left you with her, hoping you'd be safe. Hoping that in hiding among normal packs, you'd avoid the fate that claimed my entire family. I'm sorry I couldn't be there to guide you, to teach you to control your power, to help you understand what you're capable of. But I can offer you this, knowledge passed down through generations of ancients. Your power is tied to your emotions. Strong feelings, rage, love, fear, will trigger responses you can't control at first. Learn to center yourself, to find calm even in chaos. That's the only way to master ancient magic instead of being mastered by it. Your wolf is not separate from you the way normal wolves are. It's an extension of your power, your will made manifest. When you shift, and you will shift eventually, you'll be larger, stronger, more powerful than any normal wolf. But you'll also be more vulnerable to corruption. Ancient magic attracts darkness because it's so pure. Protect your heart, daughter. Don't let anyone twist your power for their own purposes. And finally, don't apologize for what you are. The world will tell you that being different makes you wrong, that power makes you dangerous, that you should hide, diminish, make yourself small to make others comfortable. Ignore them. You are ancient. You carry bloodline magic that predates kingdoms and pacts and all their petty rules. You are the heir to the power that built this world before it was broken into territories. Be proud. Be fierce. Be the weapon and the shield, the storm and the calm. Be everything they fear you might become. And know that wherever I am, whatever road has taken me far from you, I am proud to have given the world such a daughter. With all my love, Aldrich Silverblood. I read the letter 3 times, tears streaming down my face, feeling something inside me settle. My biological father had known what I'd become, had known the struggles I'd face. And he'd left me words I desperately needed to hear, that being powerful wasn't wrong, that being different wasn't broken, that I had every right to be exactly what I was. He sounds like he was a good man, Darius said quietly. He sounds like he understood. I folded the letter carefully. Everything I've been feeling, the fear of my own power, the worry about becoming something monstrous, he experienced it too. And he survived it. So will you? How can you be sure? Because you have something he didn't. You have people who love you, who'll stand beside you no matter how powerful or dangerous you become. Darius cupped my face, his gold eyes steady on mine. You have me, and I'm not going anywhere. Even if I lose control, even if the ancient power takes over and I become something you don't recognize, then I'll pull you back, remind you who you are. His smile was small but genuine. That's what partners do, remember? We keep each other honest. I kissed him then, desperate and grateful and full of emotion I couldn't articulate. He kissed me back, his hands tangling in my hair, pulling me closer until there was no space between us. When we finally pulled apart, breathless and flushed, he rested his forehead against mine. Marry me, he said. I laughed. We're already married. I know, but that was political, strategic. A midnight ceremony with 3 witnesses and no love between us. His hands framed my face. I want to marry you again. Properly this time. With the entire kingdom watching, with vows that actually mean something, with the understanding that I'm choosing you not because you're useful, but because I love you. Darius. I know it's impractical. I know we have a kingdom to rebuild and corrupted wolves to rehabilitate and a dozen other urgent matters. But Serenya, I almost lost you at that temple. And I realized life's too short to waste on practical considerations. His smile was soft, vulnerable in a way I'd rarely seen. So yes, I'm asking you to marry me again. What do you say? What could I say? This man had given me everything. A crown, a purpose, a reason to believe I wasn't broken. And somewhere in the middle of political maneuvering and survival, he'd given me his heart too. Yes, I whispered. 1,000 times yes. He kissed me again, and this time, there was no desperation or fear. Just joy, pure and simple and absolutely unexpected. We were going to be okay. Whatever challenges came next, and there would be challenges always, we'd face them together. King and queen. Partner and partner. 2 broken people who'd found something whole in each other. The wedding was planned for 2 weeks later. This time, there would be no midnight ceremony, no rush, no political convenience. This would be a celebration of love, of survival, of the future we were building together. You're smiling, Noriel observed as she helped me with the endless preparations. I haven't seen you smile like that since you arrived. I'm happy, I admitted. Genuinely, unexpectedly happy. Good. You deserve it. She adjusted the fabric samples spread across the table. Now, for your gown, do you want something traditional or something that makes a statement? Statement. Always statement. I thought about Darius's words from the temple. You're the weapon that saved us all. Something that reminds everyone I'm not just a decorative queen. I'm dangerous. I like the way you think. Over the next 2 weeks, the palace transformed. What had been a fortress preparing for war became a celebration of peace. Flowers arrived from every territory, gifts from grateful packs who'd been freed from corruption's threat. Musicians practiced in the Great Hall, chefs experimented with elaborate dishes, and nobles arrived early to secure good positions for the ceremony. Even my family came, though relations remained strained. "We want to be here," Mireia said when she arrived.
For you.
"Despite everything." "I'm glad."
And I meant it.
The anger had faded, replaced by something more complex. Understanding, maybe, that they'd done the best they could with impossible circumstances. "But Mireia, after this, I need space. Time to figure out who I am without the shadow of who I was supposed to be." "I understand." She hugged me. "Just don't disappear completely, okay? You're still my sister. Even if we're not as close as we used to be. I won't disappear. I'll just be different." "You've always been different. That's what makes you magnificent." The wedding day arrived with perfect weather, crisp autumn air, brilliant sunshine, mountains painted in shades of gold and red. I stood in my chambers, staring at the woman in the mirror. The gown Noriel had commissioned was a masterpiece. Deep crimson, the color of blood, of war, of power, with silver embroidery depicting ancient symbols along the bodice and sleeves. The skirt flowed like water, and when I moved, the silver threads caught the light, making it look like I was wearing liquid starlight. My crown sat on my head, not the delicate circlet from my first wedding, but the fierce coronet with wolf fang points. A statement that I was queen not through marriage, but through my own merit. "You look like a warrior queen," Noriel said, her eyes suspiciously bright. "Like someone who could save the world or destroy it, depending on her mood." Perfect. The walk to the Great Hall was different this time. No rush, no fear. Just anticipation. The hall was packed. Every noble, every ally, representatives from territories across the kingdom. They stood when I entered, and this time, the applause was genuine. These people had seen what I could do, had watched me fight for them. They knew I'd earned this crown. And at the altar, wearing formal robes of black and silver, stood Darius. He looked at me like I was the only person in the world. Like I was everything he'd ever wanted and everything he'd been afraid to hope for. I walked down the aisle alone, no father to give me away, no family to represent. Just me, claiming my space, choosing my path. When I reached him, he took my hands. "You're beautiful," he murmured. "You're not so bad yourself." Silpha performed the ceremony, but this time, the words were different. Personal vows we'd written ourselves, promises that meant something. "I vow to stand beside you," Darius said, his voice carrying through the hall. "Not above you or below you, but beside you as an equal and partner. I vow to trust your strength, even when it terrifies me. To support your choices, even when I disagree. To love you not despite your power, but because of it. My turn. I vow to challenge you when you need it and support you when you don't. To be your weapon and your shield, your storm and your calm. To never apologize for what I am, and to help you do the same. I vow to love you fiercely, honestly, with everything I am and everything I'm becoming." Then, by the power vested in me by the moon goddess, Elder Silpha said, smiling, "I pronounce you husband and wife." Again. For real this time. Laughter rippled through the crowd. Darius pulled me close and kissed me, not for show, not for politics, but because he wanted to. Because we'd survived everything thrown at us and come out the other side stronger. The crowd erupted in cheers. We turned to face them together, and I felt something settle inside me. This was right. This was home. Not the palace or the crown or the power. But this, standing beside someone who saw all of me and loved me anyway. Building a future with someone who understood that strength came in many forms. Ready to rule a kingdom? Darius murmured. "Ready for anything," I replied. "As long as we do it together." And for the first time since arriving at Thornstone Keep, I truly believed it. Chapter 13. The Ancient's Choice. 6 months passed in a blur of rebuilding and ruling. The corrupted wolves who'd been freed from Iskira's control were slowly reintegrating into pack life, though the process wasn't easy. Some struggled with guilt over what they'd done while under the Shadow's influence. Others faced suspicion from pack members who couldn't forget the violence they'd witnessed. But gradually healing happened. Iskira herself stood trial 3 months after the temple battle. The proceedings lasted 2 weeks, with witness after witness testifying to her crimes: corruption, murder, treason, conspiracy. The evidence was overwhelming. Lady Iskira of House Thornwick, I pronounced on the final day of trial, my voice carrying through the packed courtroom, you have been found guilty of all charges. The sentence is exile beyond the kingdom's borders, stripped of title, lands, and wolf. You are no longer packed. You are no longer kin. You are nothing. It was a fate worse than death for most wolves, to be cast out, made human, forced to live without the fundamental part of themselves that define their existence. But I couldn't bring myself to order her execution. Not because she didn't deserve it. She did, 1,000 times over. But because I'd already killed enough people. Already used my ancient power to destroy. And I was desperately trying to prove to myself that I could be merciful. That power didn't have to corrupt absolutely. Darius supported the decision, though I knew he would have preferred a harsher sentence. The exiled sometimes return, he warned privately. She might gather strength, try to come back. Then we'll deal with it if it happens. But I won't become an executioner if I can avoid it. I touched his face. I need to believe I can be powerful without being cruel.
Can you understand that?
I can. Just don't let mercy become weakness. I won't. I promise. Iskira was stripped of her wolf in a public ceremony, her screams echoing through the courtyard as ancient magic severed her connection to her shifter nature. Then she was escorted to the border and released into the wilderness beyond pack territories. I watched her disappear into the trees and felt nothing. No satisfaction, no regret. Just the cold certainty that justice had been served. Life settled into a rhythm after that. Mornings were spent in council meetings, reviewing territorial disputes and trade agreements. Afternoons brought visitors, alphas seeking audience, diplomats from neighboring kingdoms, merchants wanting favorable contracts. Evenings belonged to Darius and me. We'd fallen into the habit of dining together privately when we could, away from court politics and watching eyes. Sometimes we discussed kingdom business. More often, we just talked about books we'd read, places we wanted to visit, the 1,000 small things that built intimacy. I received a letter from the Eastern Territories today. Darius said one evening, pouring wine. They're requesting an ancient's presence at their autumn festival. Apparently, having an ancient queen is considered tremendously good luck. They want me to attend as a spectacle? They want you to attend as an honored guest. But yes, there's definitely an element of spectacle. He smiled. You're famous now, Serenya. The ancient queen who saved the kingdom from corruption. Songs are being written about you. That's horrifying. That's legacy. He reached across the table to take my hand. You've become a symbol of something larger than yourself. Power used for protection rather than conquest. An ancient who serves rather than rules through fear. I never wanted to be a symbol. No one who becomes one ever does. His thumb traced patterns on my palm. But you're handling it well. The people love you. Not just respect you or fear you, but genuinely love you. That's rare for rulers. They love you too. They fear me and respect me. It's not the same. His expression turned serious. Serenya, I need to ask you something. Have you thought about heirs? My hand stilled in his. What?
Heirs.
Succession. We've been married for half a year now. The council is starting to make noises about securing the bloodline. I thought you said heirs weren't required. That adoption or designation were options.
They are.
But that doesn't mean the council has stopped pressuring.
He sighed.
Lord Xavian mentioned it again yesterday. Suggested that as an ancient, you might be capable of bearing children despite the difficulty others have faced. The unspoken reference to Varia hung between us, his first wife, who died trying to give him an heir. Darius, I don't know if I can have children. The healer said my inability to shift might indicate other complications. I pulled my hand back, and even if I could, after what happened to Varia, I would never ask you to risk your life that way. His voice was firm.
Never.
If having children threatens your health, then we simply won't have them. The council can adapt, but you want them. An heir of your own blood. He was quiet for a long moment. I wanted them once. Before Varia died. Before I understood the cost. He met my eyes.
Now?
I want you alive more than I want children. If we're meant to have them, it will happen naturally and safely. If not, we'll find another way to secure succession. But Serenya, I won't lose you the way I lost her. I can't. The fear in his voice was raw, real. We could at least try, I said slowly. Have the healers examine me, see if it's even possible. If it's too dangerous, we know. If not, I trailed off, uncertain. If not, we make that choice when we come to it. Together. He stood, moved around the table to pull me into his arms. But no pressure. No expectations. Whatever happens, we face it as partners. Always partners. He kissed me, and I let myself fall into it, into him, into the life we'd built together. The healer examinations took 3 days. Master Physician Ariva was thorough, using a combination of traditional medicine and magical diagnostics to assess my fertility. The good news, she announced on the 3rd day, is that you're perfectly capable of bearing children. Your ancient bloodline actually makes you more fertile than normal wolves, not less. Relief flooded through me. And the bad news? There is no bad news, Your Majesty. You're healthy, strong, and should have no complications carrying a child to term. She paused. Though I should warn you, ancient pregnancies tend to be more dramatic than normal ones. The child will carry powerful magic from conception, which can cause some unique challenges. What kind of challenges? Increased energy drain on the mother. Heightened emotions due to hormonal changes amplified by magic. And the birth itself will likely trigger a significant magical event. Ancient mothers often shift during labor, even if they've never shifted before. The pain triggers the transformation as a protective instinct. I thought about my dormant wolf, still waiting beneath my skin. I'd accessed fragments of ancient power, had glowing eyes and enhanced senses and strength. But I'd never fully shifted into wolf form. The idea of doing it during childbirth was terrifying. How dangerous is it? Darius asked. He'd insisted on being present for the examination results. Less dangerous than normal childbirth for most wolves, Oriva said honestly. Ancients are built to survive trauma. Their bodies heal faster, endure more. Queen Varia's complications were because she was delicate, her body not strong enough for a shifter pregnancy. Your Majesty, she nodded to me, is the opposite. You're built for this. So, if we decided to try. I looked at Darius. Then we'd be as careful as possible. Regular monitoring, you'd rest when needed, and at the first sign of danger, we'd stop. His hand found mine. But Serenya, this is your choice. Your body. I won't pressure you either way. I thought about it, the possibility of a child, of passing on ancient bloodline to a new generation, of creating something that was ours rather than just his or mine. I want to try, I said. Not because the council demands it or because of succession politics, but because I want to build a family with you. A real one. Darius's expression transformed, joy and fear and hope mixing together. Are you sure? I'm terrified. But yes, I'm sure. He pulled me into a fierce embrace, and I felt his heart racing against mine. Thank you, he whispered, for trusting me with this. For choosing this future with me. Always, I whispered back. In this and everything else, always. 2 months later, I knew. My senses had sharpened even beyond their usual ancient enhanced state. I could smell emotions, hear heartbeats from across rooms, taste magic in the air like spices. And deep inside, I felt a second heartbeat echoing my own. I'm pregnant, I told Darius one morning, the words falling between us like stones in still water. He went very still. Are you certain? I can feel it. The baby's heartbeat. Its magic is already forming, responding to mine. I took his hand, pressed it to my still flat stomach. There's life here, Darius. Our child. His eyes filled with tears, the first time I'd seen him cry. A child, he breathed. We're having a child. Are you happy? I'm terrified and thrilled and grateful and scared all at once. He knelt before me, his hands bracketing my waist. Serenya, I'm going to be insufferably overprotective for the next several months. Fair warning. I laughed. I'd expect nothing less. The pregnancy was announced to the court 2 weeks later. The reaction was overwhelming, celebration in every territory, gifts flooding the palace, nobles offering congratulations and advice I didn't ask for. Everyone has an opinion on how you should manage this, Noriel observed dryly, sorting through yet another stack of letters. Lady Vaila thinks you should rest constantly. Lord Merrick believes you should continue full duties until the birth. And Elder Silpha sent an entire treatise on ancient birth rituals. What does Ariva say? That you should listen to your body and ignore everyone else. Noriel smiled. I'm inclined to agree with her.
I did my best to follow that advice.
Some days, I felt strong enough to attend full council meetings and review territorial reports. Other days, the energy drain was so severe I could barely leave my chambers. The ancient magic inside me was feeding the baby, creating a creature that would be powerful beyond measure. But that power came at a cost, my own energy, my own strength, borrowed and given to the growing life inside me. Is this normal? I asked Ariva during one of my many checkups. For ancient pregnancies? Completely normal. Your body is creating something extraordinary. That requires extraordinary resources. She examined me with magical diagnostics, nodding with satisfaction. The baby is healthy, growing well. Strong heartbeat, powerful magical signature. This child will be formidable. Like its parents? More so. Combining ancient bloodline with Alpha King heritage? This child will be unlike anything the wolf world has seen in centuries. The thought was both thrilling and terrifying. At 4 months, I began having visions again. Not the controlled seer sight I'd learned to manage, but something wilder, more primal. The baby's magic was interfacing with my own, amplifying my abilities in unpredictable ways. I saw possible futures, dozens of them, all shifting and changing based on tiny choices. I saw the child grown, a daughter with silver gold eyes and Darius's dark hair, powerful and fierce and kind. I saw threats coming, not immediate, but building on the horizon. Forces that would challenge our family, test our strength, push us to our limits. And I saw something else. Something that made me gasp and stumble. Serenya. Darius caught me as I swayed. What did you see? Twins, I whispered. We're having twins.
He stared at me. What?
2 heartbeats. I've been hearing 2 heartbeats, but I thought it was just echoes, just magical interference. But no, it's 2 children. A girl and a boy. I pressed my hands to my stomach. Darius, we're having twins. He sat down heavily processing.
Twins.
Like you and Mireia. But hopefully with a better outcome. I sat beside him. This is good, right? 2 heirs. 2 children to love. This is terrifying, he admitted. But yes, it's good. It's wonderful. He laughed, the sound slightly hysterical. We're going to have 2 ancient-blooded children. The council is going to lose their minds. Let them. We'll manage. You're handling this better than I am. I've had 30 seconds longer to process. I took his hand. But Darius? I'm scared too. Twins mean double the risk, double the energy drain, double the complications. Then we'll be twice as careful. He pulled me close. Oriva said you're built for this.
Trust that.
Trust yourself. I wanted to. I wanted to believe that my ancient bloodline would protect me, that I was strong enough for whatever came. But deep inside, where fear lived, I remembered Varia. Remembered how pregnancy could kill even with the best intentions and care. And I wondered if being powerful was enough to keep me alive. At 6 months, the visions intensified. I saw so many possible futures that reality became hard to distinguish from prophecy. Darius hired additional healers, magical specialists who could help ground me when the visions became overwhelming. The baby's magic is amplifying yours, Master Evander explained, studying ancient texts. It's rare, but not unheard of. Ancient mothers often become prophetic during pregnancy, their children's power mixing with their own. Can we stop it?
No.
But we can teach you to filter it, to control what you see instead of being overwhelmed by it. He handed me a crystal pendant. This is a focusing stone. It belonged to the last ancient queen 3 centuries ago. It helps anchor vision to reality. The pendant helped, but the visions kept coming. I saw threats to our family, assassination attempts, political coups, wars that would span decades. I saw our children grow, the girl fierce and independent, the boy gentle and wise. Both are powerful. Both are struggling with the weight of their heritage. And I saw myself. Multiple versions of myself. In some futures, I survived the birth and ruled beside Darius for decades, building a kingdom of peace and prosperity. In others, I died bringing the twins into the world, just like Serenya had died. And I watched Darius shatter again, watched him close himself off, watched him raise our children alone while mourning the wife he'd lost. Which future is real? I asked Darius one night when the visions had been particularly brutal. How do I know which path we're on? You don't. None of us do. He held me close, his hand resting on my swollen belly where the twins kicked and moved. But we control what we can. We make the best choices possible. And we trust that we're strong enough to face whatever comes. What if I'm not strong enough? What if I die like she did? Then I'll raise our children and tell them every day how magnificent their mother was. How she saved a kingdom. How she loved fiercely. How she chose life even knowing the risk. His voice caught. But Serenya, I don't believe that's our future. I believe you're going to survive this. You're too stubborn to do otherwise. I wanted to believe him. But the visions whispered differently. At 8 months, my wolf finally woke completely. Not during childbirth, as Ariva had predicted, but in the middle of the night when an assassin broke into our chambers. One of Askira's followers, seeking revenge. He'd climbed the palace walls, evaded guards, slipped through magical wards that should have stopped him. And he stood over our bed with a silver blade raised, ready to strike. Darius woke first, but the assassin was faster. The blade descended toward my chest. My wolf exploded forth. The transformation was instant, violent, complete. One moment I was human and pregnant and vulnerable. The next, I was a wolf, massive, silver-furred, ancient power made manifest. The assassin screamed as I lunged, my jaws closing around his arm, crushing bone. I flung him across the room, and he hit the wall hard enough to crack stone. Guards burst in, alerted by the noise. They froze, staring at me, at the enormous wolf standing protectively over the bed where Darius lay. Serenya, Darius said carefully, pushing himself up. It's okay. You're safe. We're safe. My wolf's eyes found his, silver gold and wild and fiercely protective. Inside, I struggled to regain control, to shift back. It took several minutes, but gradually, I felt the transformation reverse. My wolf receded, satisfied that the threat was eliminated, and I collapsed back into human form, naked, shaking, and still very pregnant. Get the healers, Darius ordered the guards. And someone gets that assassin to the dungeons. I want to know who sent him. They obeyed, dragging the sobbing assassin away. Darius wrapped me in blankets, holding me as I trembled with reaction. That was your first full shift. I know. It was. I struggled for words. Powerful. Overwhelming. Natural. You were magnificent.
And terrifying.
Mostly terrifying. He kissed my forehead. But you saved us. You and your wolf. Our children triggered it. I felt their danger, and the wolf wouldn't let anything threaten them. I pressed my hands to my stomach, feeling the twins moving within. She's protective.
Fierce.
Everything I needed her to be. Like her mistress. Oriva arrived, frantically checking me for injuries. Are you hurt? Did the transformation harm the babies?
No. We're fine.
Better than fine. I could still feel my wolf beneath my skin, no longer dormant, but present. Wakeful. Ready. She's here to stay now. My wolf. She's finally awake. Thank the moon goddess. Oriva sagged, with relief. That makes the birth much less risky. If you can shift at will now, you'll be able to manage the labor transformation much more smoothly. One less thing to fear. One more piece of myself reclaimed. I was ancient, seer, queen, warrior, wife, and now, finally, whole. My wolf had awakened not to hunt or fight, but to protect. And as I drifted to sleep in Darius's arms, guards posted at every entrance, I felt something settle inside me. Whatever challenges came next, the birth, raising twins, navigating the prophecies I'd seen, I would face them with every part of myself. Human and wolf. Ancient and seer. Weapon and shield. All of it united finally. All of it ready. Chapter 14. Legacy of Silver. The labor began 3 weeks early, in the middle of a council meeting. One moment I was reviewing trade agreements with Lord Xavian. The next, pain lanced through my abdomen so sharply I gasped and gripped the table's edge. Your Majesty? Xavian half rose from his seat. Are you? The babies. I managed through gritted teeth. They're coming. Chaos erupted. Darius was at my side instantly, his face going pale. Now? But Oriva said we had 3 more weeks. Ancients don't follow normal schedules. I gasped as another contraction hit. Get Oriva. Get the birthing chamber ready. And Darius. I gripped his hand so hard I heard bones creak. Don't leave me. Never. He scooped me into his arms, carrying me from the council chamber while barking orders. Clear the corridors. Get the healers to the royal wing immediately. And someone finds Master Evander. The queen will need the focusing stone. The next hours blurred into a haze of pain and magic. They'd prepared the birthing chamber according to ancient traditions, a circular room at the palace's heart, its walls carved with protective symbols, moonlight streaming through a domed glass ceiling. Healers moved around me with practiced efficiency, but I barely registered them. All I felt was pain and power. The twins' magic was surging, responding to my distress, amplifying everything. Each contraction sent waves of ancient power rippling through the room, making the symbols on the walls glow, causing the air itself to shimmer. The transformation is starting, Oriva announced, examining me. Your Majesty, when you feel the urge to shift, don't fight it. Let your wolf take over. She'll know what to do. But the babies will be born whether you're human or wolf. Ancient mothers shift during labor to manage the pain and protect themselves. Trust your instincts. Another contraction hit, stronger than before, and I felt my wolf rising. Not threatening this time, but protective, ready to bring our children into the world. I let her come. The transformation was smoother this time, controlled. My body shifted from human to wolf, and suddenly the pain was manageable. Different. My wolf body knew how to handle this, had instincts bred into ancient bloodlines over millennia. Darius knelt beside me, his hand stroking my silver fur. I'm here. I've got you. You're doing so well. Hours passed. Or maybe minutes. Time lost meaning in the blur of contractions and magic and the overwhelming instinct to protect, to push, to bring these children into being. I can see the first one. Oriva called. Your Majesty, one more push. I bore down, feeling something shift, and suddenly, a cry filled the chamber. High, strong, furious at being thrust into the world. It's a girl. Oriva held up a tiny, squirming infant covered in silver-white fur. A perfect, healthy daughter. Relief and joy flooded through me, but there was no time to celebrate. The second twin was coming. Another contraction, another surge of power, another push. A second cry joined the first, this one deeper, more insistent. And a boy. Oriva laughed, holding up the second infant.
Twins.
Both healthy, both strong, both perfect. The magic in the room settled, the symbols on the walls fading to dormancy. I felt my wolf recede, satisfied that the danger had passed, and I shifted back to human form. Exhausted. Bloody. But alive. Serenya. Darius's voice was thick with emotion. You did it. You survived.
They're here.
Our children are here. Oriva cleaned the twins quickly, then placed them both in my arms. Two perfect babies, their eyes still closed, their tiny fists clenched. The girl had stopped crying, nuzzling against me with instinctive hunger. The boy yawned, already falling asleep. They're beautiful, I whispered, tears streaming down my face. Perfect, like their mother. Darius leaned down, kissing my forehead, then each twin's head in turn. What should we name them? I'd thought about this for months, rolling names through my mind, testing them against the visions I'd seen. But now, looking at these two tiny lives we'd created, only two names felt right. The girl, Lyanna, for light and strength. I touched her soft silver hair. And the boy, Aldrich, for my biological father, the ancient who gave me this bloodline. Lyanna and Aldrich Thorncrest. Darius tested the names, smiling. I like it. They sound like names that will make history. Let's hope they make good history, I murmured, already feeling sleep pulling at me. Not the kind that destroys kingdoms. With us as parents, they don't stand a chance of being normal. He took Aldrich carefully, cradling his son with wonder. But they'll be loved, protected, given every chance to become whoever they want to be. I watched him hold our son, saw the fierce devotion already forming, and felt something settle deep inside me. We'd done it. Created life. Survived what had killed Varia. Built something beautiful from broken pieces. I love you, I said, the words inadequate for what I felt. Thank you for giving me this.
For choosing me.
For building this life with me. Thank you for surviving. His gold eyes were bright with unshed tears. For being strong enough to stay. For giving me a future I thought I'd lost forever. Lyanna began to fuss, and I shifted her to a nurse. The sensation was strange but natural, my body knowing what to do. Beside me, Darius tried to rock Aldrich, looking adorably uncertain. Am I doing this right? He asked. He won't stop squirming. You're perfect. I smiled, feeling joy so complete it was almost painful. We're both learning as we go. Well, we have a while to figure it out. At least 18 years.
He paused.
Unless they inherit your ability to awaken ancient power early, then all bets are off. I laughed, exhausted and happy and overwhelmed. One crisis at a time. Right now, let's just enjoy the fact that we're all alive and healthy.
Deal.
The kingdom celebrated for a week. News of the royal twins spread like wildfire. Two heirs, both healthy, both carrying ancient and alpha bloodlines. Songs were written, festivals held, gifts flooded the palace from every territory. My family came to visit when the twins were 3 days old. Mireia cried when she held Lyanna. She's perfect, Ellie. Absolutely perfect. She has my temper already, I warned. Fair warning. And Aldrich has Darius's intensity. Mireia shifted to hold the boy, who stared at her with serious gold eyes. These two are going to be formidable. That's what I'm afraid of. My mother was more reserved, keeping her distance. The revelation about my parentage had created a wall between us that time hadn't yet dissolved. They're beautiful, she said finally. You did well. Thank you. It was all I could manage. We were still healing, still learning how to be in each other's lives after so many lies. But maybe that was enough for now. My father, the man who'd raised me, even if he wasn't my biological parent, held Aldrich with gentle hands. He looks like you did as a baby, he said quietly. Before we knew it, you couldn't shift. Before everything got complicated. Things are still complicated, I pointed out.
Yes.
But you've built something beautiful despite that. Maybe because of that. He handed Aldrich back to me. I'm proud of you, Serenya. I know I didn't say it enough when you were growing up. But I am. of everything you've become." The words meant more than I'd expected. "Thank you." After they left, Darius found me in the nursery, watching the twins sleep in their cradles. "How are you feeling?" he asked, wrapping his arms around me from behind. "Overwhelmed, grateful, terrified." I leaned back against him. "Is it normal to look at your children and feel like you're not good enough for them?" "Completely normal. I've felt that way since the moment they were born." He kissed my temple. "But Serenya, look at what you've already done. You survived a pregnancy that kills most ancients. You've mastered powers that take centuries to control. You've built a kingdom that's stronger than it's been in generations. If you can do all that, you can raise 2 children. What if I'm too damaged? Too broken? What if I pass on all my trauma and insecurities? Then we'll deal with it. Get them the best teachers, the best healers, the best support we can provide." He turned to face me. "But Serenya, you're not broken. You never were. And our children are going to grow up knowing that being different, being powerful, being complicated, that's not weakness. That's strength." I wanted to believe him. I wanted to trust that I could be the mother these 2 extraordinary children deserved. What if the visions I saw come true? I whispered. "The threats, the wars, the dangers coming for them? Then we'll face them together. All 4 of us." He glanced at the sleeping twins. "They're not helpless, Serenya. They carry ancient bloodline and alpha power. By the time those threats arrive, they'll be ready." "You sound very certain." "I am. Because they have you as their mother. And you, my magnificent wife, are the most dangerous creature in this kingdom." He smiled. "Anyone who threatens our children will learn that the hard way." 3 months passed in a blur of sleepless nights and stolen moments of joy. Lina was fierce from the beginning, crying with indignation when hungry, screaming if held wrong, absolutely certain she deserved the world's full attention. Her eyes, when they opened, were silver gold like mine. Ancient eyes in a tiny face. Aldrich was quieter but no less intense. He watched everything with serious gold eyes, studying the world like he was trying to memorize it. When he did cry, it was purposeful, alerting us to specific needs rather than general distress. They're opposites. I observed one evening as I nursed Lina while Darius fed Aldrich a bottle. She's all fire and fury. He's all calculation and observation. Like their parents. Darius smiled. "You are the one who saved the kingdom through action. I'm the one who consolidates power through strategy. They're just following our example. Moon helps us when they're old enough to actually use their powers. We have a few years before that becomes a problem. Ancient children don't manifest abilities until at least age 5. Famous last words. I was right to be concerned. At 6 months, Lina shifted for the first time. It happened during a tantrum. She was furious about something I couldn't determine, screaming with rage, and suddenly she wasn't a baby anymore. She was a tiny silver wolf pup, snarling and snapping at the blankets that had offended her. "Serenya," Darius called from across the nursery. "Is it normal for her to?"
"No."
Ancient children aren't supposed to shift for years. Not months. I picked up the wolf pup carefully, and Lina immediately calmed, nuzzling against me. "She's more powerful than we thought. If she can shift, what about?" A cry from Aldrich's cradle answered that question. We turned to find him transformed too, a dark gray wolf pup with gold eyes, looking as surprised by the change as we were. "Well," I said faintly, "we're going to need new protocols." The healers were fascinated and terrified in equal measure. 6-month-old shifters were unheard of, even among ancients. But Lina and Aldrich had combined bloodlines. Ancient from me, Alpha from Darius, creating something unprecedented. "They'll need training," Master Evander said, visiting to study the phenomenon. "Early manifestation means early education. We can't let them develop power without learning control." "They're 6 months old," I protested. "What kind of training can we possibly?" "The kind that keeps them from accidentally destroying half the palace when they throw tantrums," Evander interrupted. "Your Majesty, I know it seems early, but extraordinary children require extraordinary measures."
He was right.
Over the next months, we adapted, created a curriculum for toddlers who could shift, built safeguards for children who manifested ancient magic when upset, learned to parent beings who were simultaneously helpless infants and incredibly powerful creatures. It was exhausting, overwhelming, and somehow the most fulfilling thing I'd ever done. On the twins' first birthday, we held a celebration that rivaled my coronation. Every pack sent representatives, every ally attended, the entire kingdom rejoicing in the heirs who'd survived their first year. It was traditional to celebrate first birthdays elaborately. Infant mortality was high among shifters, and reaching age 1 was an achievement, especially for twins as powerful as ours. "They're walking," Mireia observed, watching Aldrich toddle across the Great Hall. "And shifting." And I swear Lina tried to speak an actual sentence yesterday. She did. I confirmed. It was want food. Very eloquent. Advanced for 1-year-olds. Everything about them is advanced. It's terrifying. I scooped up Lina before she could shift and escape the party. But also wonderful. Watching them grow, seeing them develop personalities, I never knew I could love something this much. You're a good mother, Ellie. Better than you give yourself credit for. I'm an adequate mother who's still figuring things out as I go. So like every parent ever. Mireia smiled. How's Darius handling fatherhood? I glanced across the hall where Darius stood talking with ambassadors, Aldrich perched on his hip. My son was systematically destroying his father's formal jacket, and Darius didn't seem to notice or care. He's besotted, I admitted. Both of them have him wrapped around their tiny fingers. It's adorable and slightly concerning. Why are you concerned? Because when they're older and start asking for ponies or kingdoms or the moon, he's absolutely going to give in. I laughed. We're raising tiny tyrants. Powerful tiny tyrants who'll rule this kingdom someday. The thought still made me nervous. These two perfect, chaotic children would inherit responsibility beyond measure. Would face challenges I couldn't protect them from, make choices that would define the kingdom's future. But they wouldn't face it alone. They'd have each other. They'd have us. They'd have a kingdom that loved them. And they'd have the knowledge that being different, being powerful, being complicated, that was their strength, not their weakness. Mama. Lina struggled in my arms, pointing at Darius. Dada. Yes, that's Dada. Want to go to him? She nodded vigorously, and I carried her across the hall. Darius's face lit up when he saw us. There's my girls. He shifted Aldrich to one arm so he could pull Lina into the other. And my boy. My perfect, exhausting, magnificent children. The twins babbled at each other in their private language, and I leaned against Darius, feeling complete. We did good, I murmured. We did extraordinary things. He kissed my hair. Look at what we built, Serenya. A family, a future, hope. I looked around the great hall, at nobles celebrating, at servants smiling, at my family awkwardly but genuinely trying to reconnect. At Rydian standing guard, at Noriel organizing the chaos, at Master Evander documenting everything for his archives. In this life we're created from broken pieces and impossible odds. Yeah, I said softly. We did. That night, after the guests had left and the twins were finally asleep, I stood in the nursery watching them breathe. Lina slept on her back, arms spread wide like she was claiming space even in dreams. Aldrich curled on his side, one hand clutching a stuffed wolf Mireia had given him. They're going to change the world, Darius said from the doorway. I know. That's what scares me. It should. World-changing power is terrifying. He moved to stand beside me. But they have something we didn't have growing up. They have parents who understand what it's like to be different, who won't make them apologize for their strength or hide their abilities. We're going to screw this up sometimes. Make mistakes. Fail them in ways we can't predict. Probably. But we'll also love them fiercely. Protect them absolutely. Give them every tool we can to become whoever they're meant to be. He wrapped an arm around my waist. That has to count for something. I hope it's enough. It will be. Because you're enough, Serenya. You've always been enough. I leaned into him, watching our children sleep, feeling the weight of the future we'd created. Tomorrow will bring new challenges. The twins would grow, develop powers we couldn't anticipate, face dangers we couldn't prevent. The kingdom would evolve, threats would emerge, and we'd have to navigate it all while raising two of the most powerful beings in wolf history. But tonight, we were just a family. Two exhausted parents, two sleeping children, and the peace that came from surviving another day. It was enough. More than enough. It was everything. 5 years later. Mama, Aldrich won't let me see his drawing. I looked up from the council report I was reviewing to find Lioness storming into my office, her silver gold eyes flashing with indignation. At 5 years old, she'd inherited my temper and Darius's intensity in equal measure. Did you ask nicely? I inquired. Yes. And he said it was private and none of my business. She crossed her arms, looking so much like me at that age it was startling. But we're twins. We share everything. He can't have secrets. Actually, he can. Everyone deserves privacy, even from their twin. I gestured her closer. What's really bothering you? She climbed into my lap, suddenly vulnerable. He's been drawing the same picture for days. A lady with dark hair and gray eyes. He won't tell me who she is, but when I asked if it was you, he said no. My blood ran cold. Dark hair, gray eyes, that was Varia's description. Darius's dead mate. Where is your brother now? In the study with Dada. They're working on letters. I found them there. Aldrich sitting at the small desk Darius had commissioned for him, carefully drawing while Darius reviewed documents. The portrait Aldrich had created was remarkably detailed for a 5-year-old. And it was definitely Varia. Aldrich, I said gently, kneeling beside him. That's a beautiful drawing. Can you tell me about the lady? He looked up with serious gold eyes, so much like Darius it hurt. She comes to me in dreams sometimes. She says she's watching over us, that she's glad Dada is happy again. Darius went absolutely still. Does she have a name? I asked carefully. Varia. She says that was her name when she was alive, before she went to be with the moon goddess. Aldrich tilted his head, studying my expression. You're not scared of her, are you? She's nice. She just wants to make sure we're okay. I'm not scared. I touched his dark hair gently. I'm just surprised. Not many people can speak with those who've passed. Master Evander says I'm a bridge. That my ancient and seer blood lets me see between worlds. He said it matter-of-factly, like this was normal. He's teaching me control, so I don't get overwhelmed. I looked at Darius and saw my own shock reflected in his expression. Our son could communicate with the dead, with Darius's first wife, specifically. Does this bother you? Aldrich asked, suddenly uncertain. That I talk to her? I can stop if it makes you sad.
No, sweetheart.
You shouldn't stop. I pulled him into a hug. If Varia comes to you, if she offers guidance, that's a gift. She loved your father very much. I'm glad some part of her can still watch over us. She says you're doing a good job. Being mama, being queen, being strong. Aldrich hugged me back. She says she would have liked you if she'd lived. Tears burned my eyes. Thank you for telling me. After he returned to his drawing, Darius pulled me into the hallway. Are you really okay with this? He asked quietly. With him seeing her, talking to her? Are you? I don't know. It's strange, comforting and painful at once. He ran a hand through his hair. Part of me wants to ask him what she says. If she's at peace. If she forgives me for moving on. She clearly does. She told him she's glad you're happy. I took his hands. Darius, Varia was part of your life. Part of what made you who you are. I'm not threatened by that. And if Aldrich can give you some closure, some peace, that's good. That's a gift. You're too understanding. I'm realistic. I've always known you loved her. That doesn't diminish what we have. I smiled. Besides, if she approves of me, that's high praise. He pulled me close, burying his face in my hair. I love you. More than I thought possible. more than I believed I deserved after losing her. And I love you, all of you, including the parts that still grieve what you lost. I pulled back to look at him. We're complicated people with complicated histories. That's what makes us work. Mama.
Dad.
Lina's voice echoed down the hallway. Aldrich's drawing is glowing now. Is that supposed to happen? We rushed back to the study to find ancient symbols appearing on Aldrich's portrait. Protection runes, blessings, marks of peace. Various way of confirming what we'd discussed, perhaps. Her approval from beyond. I think she likes us, Aldrich observed. I think she does, I agreed, staring at the glowing portrait. And standing there, with Darius beside me, our extraordinary children in front of us, and blessings from the past guiding our future, I felt the last piece of uncertainty fall away. This was my life. Complicated, magical, overwhelming, and absolutely perfect in its imperfection. I was Serenya Thorncrest, ancient, seer, queen, mother, wife, weapon, and shield. I was broken and whole, powerful and vulnerable, fierce and gentle. I was everything I'd feared becoming and everything I'd hoped to be. And it was enough. It had always been enough. It would always be enough.
The end.
Thank you for joining Serenya on her journey from Omega to Queen. If you love this story, like and subscribe for more Wolf Shifter romances. Comment below with your favorite moment. I read every single one. Until next time, may you find your own strength in the places you least expected.